For me, it's quite literally the equivalent of like, you know, buying a beaten up, I don't know, Mustang and repairing it. That's what it is for me. You want to visit the Blue Knot Records website and Blue Note? Blue Knot? I don't know what Blue Knot is. And shop and Windows Shop re-releases. Yeah, I know that feeling. All right, well let's play some Dwarf. Hey, Twitch chat, you can say hi YouTube now if you like. YouTube chat, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. There is currently 31 of you here. Massively appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you so much. Of course, don't forget to leave a like on the UbTub stream if you haven't yet. There's 13 likes and 30 of you watching, so we can probably make that number go up a little bit. Over here in Twitch chat, I do prioritize the chatting at of Twitch chat because there's just a lot more of them. However, I do see you over there in the YouTube thing. So thank you much for spending time and hanging out. And thanks everybody yesterday for all of the help raising money for charity. Yeah, it's not the best system, but basically 2 or 3 tickets is the minimum you want to invest. Hello, tubes. Wow, 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 wow. New, 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 new. Plus the album art can be a good decoration. Yeah, that's the other thing for me is like when it comes to owning physical records, part of the reason I like it is that I was humming Ronald Jenkins. I fall into Ronald Jenkins all the damn time. Bonesaw, it's like, I won't say it's a problem. I think it is a benefit to society that I randomly get Ronald Jenkins stuck in my head, but nobody remembers who Ronald Jenkins is most of the time. So I just go bow wow 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 new 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 wow 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 wow. Anyway, you know 2 things from Creed and Ronald Jenkins. See, here's the thing. I like Ronald Jenkins. Creed exists. So Kashmir would like to have a dwarf. Chat, does Kashmir deserve a dwarf? And clearly, I have to dwarf a devil. Let's start the giving. So I have to give our friend a devilish potato a dwarf because they ended up underneath them. And I don't think they have one. No. No, a devilish potato does not. So, chat room, does Kashmir go get a dwarf? Yes or no? And let's see, do I have any woodcutters that I could give you? Let's swap this out for a glassmaker. How's this glass? Do this glassmaker do the work for you? Throwing Fire is in fact the name of that song. Cheers, Brandon. Over in the YouTube chat. I'm asking for Devilish because Devilish always wants to be a woodcutter. And then we'll figure out what we're doing for Kashmir. Chat room, what kind of dwarf is Kashmir getting? It's the important question. I mean, you're a legendary glassmaker with the hobby of chopping down trees with an axe. She lives at a high-energy kinetic pace, dislikes helping others, has a sense of duty, and tries to do things correctly each time. Likes a little excitement now and again, is moved by art and natural beauty, has a calm demeanor, tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and tends to be passive in discussions. I completely lost my spot. And is often cheerful, can handle stress, often feels discouraged, and has a greedy streak. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally values a harmonious existence after seeing Lorban Mindful Hammer's dead body in 316, and considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless. Sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes horn silver, black bronze, and gold opal, mountain goat hoof, and sea monster tooth. Good luck with that one. And ostrich parchment and the color black taupe. Quivers, traction benches, and the sight of the diamond silver, and when possible, prefers consume banana beer. Ooh. Well's banana beer, probably. And two-humped camel's milk, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Is a former member of the Order of His Strength, a former member of the South Creed, a former member of the Communion of Contests, and is currently not part of any religion. Wow. Used to be a member of the Band of Showers, which is another group connected to my faction. And you're a member of the Hot Sparks, which is our group, of course. And you're a member of the Armored Company, the Glassmakers Guild, and the Hall of Barricading, which is the Crafters Guild. There was a recruit briefly on screen. What? Anyway, so Diamond says a kid. I'm trying to look for a kid that looks like a Creed fan. I gotta say, Nil kind of looks like a Creed fan. He is 2, which means it's the correct age to like Creed. But I don't know why I'm going like to make this dwarf into a Creed fan, because I don't know if Cashmere's a Creed fan. What else do we see? Got to be a clother. Got to be a boyer. Beard, please. Yeah, we can make sure you have a beard. How about a boyer? Let's give you this boyer. Cashmere Goat is a novice axe dwarf and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is often nervous. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges and repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect. Believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Finds artwork boring and likes calonite, pig iron, lavender jade, giant moose hoof. Wow. Giant anaconda bone, and the color dark olive. Gauntlets, backpacks, bags, alpacas for their resemblance to the miniature llama, and jabbers for their frightening beaks, and the sight of the luxury of trading, and when possible prefers to consume leopard, mackerel, sorghum beer, and foxtail mullet flour, and can't stand lizards. Has a very long beard that's braided, is a member of the civilization known as the Still Mirrors, and of course you're a member of the Hot Sparks. You have no family, no friends, and you worship Nish. Welcome to the Fortsies. You're more of a Ramstein dude. Ramstein's fantastic, man. Ramstein's fantastic. Dwarves can absolutely be part of multiple guilds, yes. Usually they're part of related guilds. So you could have like a farmer who's also a member of the Planters Guild and several other guilds. So I have a bunch of cows apparently, and I can't remember where I was putting them. Oh, right, yes, there's an area on the surface, isn't there? Yes, over here. Oh, well, that's... So I have a greenhouse here, chat, and this tree's just, like, gone and grown through it. Okay. That's kind of funny. Oh. I have a straight... Okay. Apparently I caught a agitated bushmaster man and an agitated giant lorikeet. Let's put this goat here. Anyway. To make bigger dungeons, you imprison someone for being a vampire, and they sucked another prisoner dry. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry for laughing, but that's pretty funny. Really need to do something with these honey badgers. But I also need to slaughter a bunch of things. So let's slaughter a bunch of things. Let's slaughter this reindeer. Because apparently I have a bunch of reindeer, which I don't really want because they can't produce clothing. Or, I mean, I think they produce milk. I don't need this many puppies. Slaughter that donkey. keep the turkeys, and this is the above ground farming area. On predator and prey. What? There's a book there. All right, well, let's unpause the game. I can't really remember what's we've been doing, but do not disparage the good name of Rammstein by saying they're Creed but from Germany. Wow, man. Wow. Wow. Like, I would understand if you were like, yeah, I mean, Nickelback is basically Creed, but from Canada. That makes sense. Whew. To be fair, none of that statement is fair. Yeah, live stick. Exactly. Nickelback's okay. You watch your mouth. I mean, I don't disagree, but they're fine. They're a very boring, bland, uninteresting pile of okay. That is Nickelback in a nutshell. I just realized I literally have thousands of glass blocks, so I should probably use some of these. I also need to check how much clear glass I have, because we do have a pretty active clear glass industry as well. 28 of them. Not a whole lot. We do have enough to put them in the hospital, though. And the hospital does have a water supply now, which I think is quite nice. Just got this game. Any advice? Ask questions. No such thing as dumb questions. And realize that things will be confusing. Most of the learning curve of this game is learning the verbiage that the game uses and figuring out how the game is trying to communicate information to you. I mean, you could, in fact, do that, yes. And also, yes, losing is fun. Oh, also that, yes. Something that you need to remember is it is literally impossible to meet all of the needs for all of your dwarves, and don't try to, because you will go nuts if you do try to. We need to make bedrooms. I think that's going to be the priority for the next little bit, is bedrooms. Down here, this area. Okay. Let's just unforbid you and unforbid you and go over here and do some of this. I'm also running out of obsidian blocks, which I think is actually impressive because of how many I had not too long ago. But also, yeah, what chat said. I have a lot of tutorials on my YouTube channel, so a lot of questions can probably just be answered by watching my YouTube videos. But that being said, like, if you want more human responses and guaranteed to be up-to-date responses, I recommend just asking questions, right? Like joining some Discord servers. Like, my Discord server is helpful probably for a lot of people. However, it's not going to give you all of the information. It'll give you some of the information, but you can get personalized responses to your questions if you join the Discord server. The Kid Fox Discord server is also quite helpful. This guy's got big hair. Big hair. How old are you? 26? 26 going on 75. I mean, I think a lot of people in Dwarf Fortress worry about space and space usage and space allocation way too much. Because, like, you have literally hundreds of layers on most maps. And most players barely use a dozen. So it's like, there are so many layers available to you. And most people don't take advantage of it. And, like, man, you can just do so much more with the space you have provided than most people do. Like, does it take a little bit longer to make slightly bigger bedrooms? Yes. But, like, it's such a benefit to the happiness of your dwarves. Also, none of these are smooth, so we're actually going to start smoothing these. to make the dwarves slightly happier. Because moods are a little, well, let's just say that the giant insects have been upsetting some of my dwarves a little bit when a bunch of dwarves die in a short period of time. It's not great. But I mean, it's fine. It could be worse. It could be a lot worse. We could all be dead. We're not all dead. And besides, our wooden weapons are slightly suboptimal, shall we say. All right, well, that's going to be a lot of work. Blackstone is the name of one of my favorite porters. True story. Blackstone Porter. It's a very good porter. Very tasty beer. Oh, I see. I could do this. Can make that work. Blackstone's the name of your favorite griddle? Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it? Yeah, that is like a stovetop griddle, right? I think I'm actually familiar with that brand. All right, let's just do some of these as well. Because this whole fort has been getting kind of a lot of migrants as of late, which isn't a bad thing. It just kind of means that I need to go out of my way to house them because they're, you know, a little fragile currently. All right, let's let the game unpause. Or leave the game unpaused and get two things. Let's... All right, everything's set. Everybody does this. So they should get to it. They're all over here watching glass demonstrations. This dwarf's probably arguing about glass demonstrations. But, you know, does feel delighted after eating a truly decadent dish. You know, we must have food that you like if you're getting that kind of happy thoughts. But first consume yak... Oh, okay, yep, we got yak cheese. Wow. Really dedicated. The flashing names are those are dwarves with a legendary skill, yes. If a dwarf who is very, very bad with words and shows in the ridden as being super pissed off, are they overall focus? So to say they are overall focused with their needs and the dwarf is communicating their emotions poorly, are they really fine? Some dwarves are just broken, right? Like... There are many dwarves, and you will encounter many dwarves that are unfixable depression machines. Part of the goal of this world is to create, or of the world that Zach and Tarn have made in Dwarf Fortress, is to create convincing characters. And while this isn't always the nicest reality to swallow, people aren't always happy, you know? And some people just are depressed. And that is the same for dwarves. Some dwarves are just not happy and never really will be. Like, you can sort of force them to be happy with things like waterfalls and such, but some dwarves just will never be happy. And it's something you kind of need to accept if you're going to play this game a lot. Also, what's up with this long save screen? Well, it did its thing. I might have to increase the priority on this. Meditate on suicide. Well, at least you found your calling in life. So this squad up here, they all have 2 wooden shields. I'm really curious to see how they end up doing. Like, they're all dual-wielding shields. So basically, fighting with this squad is like the equivalent of getting charged by a guy carrying 2 coffee tables. Very excited to see how those end up rolling once the actual fights start taking place against things that aren't just giant insects. Because currently that's all that we are. You know, I think one of the biggest and like Tarn like was actually talking about this the last time I had him on. One of the biggest mistakes I think that they made with the UI of this version is making it as clear as it is. Like, this game's had various issues with the UI in that it pushes players in crappy directions in the past. In older versions, we used to have a screen that, or a little thingy up here that would say how many dwarves are idling. Idling dwarves are dwarves that either have no job or are doing something like socializing. Those were considered idlers. So it was basically years of this game's existence in older versions that was directly communicating wrong information, because the game, like, dwarves need to pray, they need to meditate, they need to socialize, they need to study, they need to do things that are not work, right? And dwarves that have no job are simply dwarves that are checking their priorities currently and are going to go do something slightly different in a little bit. And so no job dwarves are important because that's your workforce. So you need those. And dwarves that are socializing or, you know, watching a glassmaking demonstration are getting positive thoughts, right? Like, this satisfies almost the same need as the need to craft an object, right? Which is very important. So these dwarves are all satisfying needs and getting happier. Also, this is Creed's lover. So it's important that dwarves idle. Idling is a necessary thing that dwarves have to do. However, for years, a lot of players of the dwarf fortresses completely ignored that and focused only on overworking their dwarves. And then they'd get upset when the dwarves get stressed, right? Right now, the biggest mistake in the UI is this, because this implies that these needs all need to be met. This used to be buried at the bottom of the personality screen. And while, yeah, it was buried at the bottom of the personality screen, most players didn't even really know it was there. The ones who did would play the game in such a way so that it's irrelevant, with like a lot of misgenerators and stuff. So it's like this really kind of not great. I should just bump this up to like number 3 priority or something so they get to it quicker. It's just this kind of not great combination of a mess of things. And also our burrow's turned on. Let's just make sure that everything is actually in the burrow correctly. Probably because of the giant things outside, the giant insects outside. Okay, so this area down here, not in burrow at all. This should be in burrow, because that's our water source, or one of the water sources. Somehow I managed to miss a aquifer layer while it's scrolling up. Okay, so there's a bunch of giant birds right there. You know, this is fine. The named war dogs need to be free because the named war dogs are assigned to my soldiers. Okay, so is this in the burrow? This is, in fact, in the burrow. I don't really want any dwarves to go flying into the moat. Probably what would happen. We'll just let them sit there for right now, I think. You'll think your own thoughts, and it seems like I know exactly what you mean, Merlin Buff. I know exactly what you mean. Let's just cut them precious fire opals. And over here, let's encrust furniture with cut gems, because I know I have a decent number of cut gems flying around. Ah, there we go. It's starting to get done. Sweet. How about the mining? Not quite. One thing at a time. What is causing all of the dwarves to run off in the same direction? Click on them and it'll tell you. You have to read what their current status is. Are they terrified while in conflict? Well, then they're running away from conflict, right? Are they... What do I have for cloth currently? What exactly are they doing? I can't just tell you that because there isn't one answer to that question. There's like 30 potential answers to that question, right? Oh, are we talking about what's going on the stream? That's construction. Me telling them to construct a large area is causing them to all run in one direction. So because they're all grabbing blocks and then building. So I'm going to make cloth. Let's make all of these dwarves cloaks. Let's just make 140 cloaks. Because I've got a lot of dwarves that really want to acquire a new item. If we just make 140 cloaks and give everybody in the fort a cloak, that'll be helpful. But yeah, most of my my blocks are down here. So when I'm telling them all to construct this, suddenly there's like 200 construction jobs and all the dwarves are running to the construction jobs. That's what's going on there. Okay, so my military really wants to pray. I'm going to put them onto no orders and take them off of training. And I'm going to go here with you and remove you from there. Let's just let them go do their thing and pray. And keep happy. Hey, number of depressed dwarves are dropping. That's what we need. Yeah, okay. So if you're asking me about what I thought you were asking why your dwarves are running in one direction. I was like, I don't know how to answer that. We're also engraving stone, but mostly we're constructing green glass floors because I have tons of green glass. So that's a large portion of what's going on. That I can get rid of. Obsidian door, make rock blocks. Apply, make pearl ash. Obsidian slab. Need that many more slabs, I don't think. Wind shields, yes. Make cloth cloak. Okay. Although, I'm out of wood, so I think agitated pangolin? Well, ain't that adorable? Agitated pangolin. We're hiding inside. This is very much the old school, like, Sprite bottle fort, yeah. Very much that kind of vibe. Dwarven caravan has arrived and our site is inaccessible. I have a feeling it's inaccessible because of all these trees. Trees are really dense. So, not too much I can do with that. And also, there's this bird right here. So I'm going to take this squad and tell them to stand right there. I'm also going to put more of this area into the burrow so that we can at least, you know, get rid of this dead dog. Okay, so military should be arriving in a moment. Send them up here. Can you not see them? They could not see them. Okay, well then instead I will send them here. And it seems that they have decided to just run directly past the bird. So instead I'll just tell them to kill it. As they start shooting. This bird is now, like I said, still agitated. We've got a dwarf who is fighting. I don't know where they're running off to. They're just, you know, going on a journey. But we do have more dwarves that are coming towards the creatures, so that's good. There is also a dead spider on the ground. We got dwarves firing bolts from all directions. These are just wooden bolts too, so. There goes the outpost liaison. We're just doing some cleanup. There we go. And cleanup done. Not bad. Now dwarves can go back to whatever the hell they were doing. And this one is running around with no shirt on. Probably going to go equip a new one. I had to bet. All right, well, let's go up to here. Sweet, got a whole bunch of damaged clothes. Too many trees, yep. Of course, yeah, trees regrow. They take a little bit, but it also like kind of sneaks up on you and can be surprisingly quick sometimes, even though they take a little bit. So this is dwarves that we can trade with. Precious fire opal earring. Wow. A lot of leather high boots. Random leather helms. Mechanisms. You know what? Let's sell the pipe sections and corks. So I can just make more for free. That'll give us, you know, some trading. Some trading. I can tell you right now that all of my dwarves are doing the engraving job. It's just pretty low priority. And I've been pretty chronically overworking these dwarves for a while. And I think in the end of the last stream, I like pulled back on the amount of work I was making them do. And so now all of a sudden there's like just a lot of not extra tasks, but tasks that they're doing now that I've been like neglecting. So that thus a lot of the dwarves I think are prioritizing things like attending meetings and socializing and watching the demonstrations, which is good. I could cram up the priority though on it and make them do it. Also enjoy your lurks, JJ. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Blentatic? It's like Blunatic, right? I'm kind of the same. I did not expect the glass to be transparent and was very pleasantly surprised when I saw it for the first time. We'll buy fish and meat, I think. And also, I'm going to buy the plants and leaves and fruit because we're pretty locked inside right now. Never mind, I can't actually. It's too expensive. Instead, I'll just buy some plump helmets, I guess. But we are a little bit short on plant for drink. But we got plenty of drink, so I'm not too concerned. All right, we'll just call it. The other thing that we should start doing is glass crafts. I can never remember what glass crafts I can make. I guess it's just like toys then. Make green glass toys. Like 50 of them. Something for the kids, you know? When making a fortress, which area is a good start for a beginner? The main thing that you should look for is there are 3 indicators of difficulty. Well, not difficulty, but like chance of potential threats, which is calm, wilderness, and untamed wilds. For evil biomes, there's sinister, haunted, and terrifying. And for good aligned biomes, there is serene, mirthful, and joyous wilds. Bricklebert's been found dead. I would completely avoid untamed wilds, for one. And I would also completely avoid... I would completely avoid untamed wilds and maybe also wilderness. That's about it. And if the game tells you you're settling close to a tower, maybe don't. That's the other thing. So we're getting attacked by giant thrips. In other news. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure a child just killed one. Did you just kill one? Yep. Look at you, Lorbam. Already a dabbling military dwarf. 16 years old. I'll bet you your dad is proud. Old Travenoid. Oh, well, they ran right past it. Can we beat this bug? Very buggy map. All right, let's pause game and double check this. Like, where are all my dogs at? Not enough war dogs, apparently. Nope, wrong screen. Gotta war train some more dogs. Get that done. Nope. There is no way to get rid of trees without potentially going to war with elves. you fighting with? No, you're not currently fighting. I'm getting some lag currently, and I'm not entirely sure what's causing it. Diplomacy. Liaison meets with Einod, the mayor, and they say, you continue to impress. We've come to elevate this land in the eyes of our realm. They say there's much to share. Do I have a new mayor? I do! Wait, no, never mind, I don't. I know it's not a new mayor. I misread their name. Well, can't use metal for weapons, but we can use metal for nice things, like statues. So we're gonna ask for some pretty metal. They want large gems. Interesting. Actually, how many large gems do I have right now? Let's see. What? Was Ricklebert my manager? I think Ricklebert was my manager, chat. Well, so I guess that means, Alexa, you're now the manager. Yep. Ricklebert was the manager. So now I've got this really upset Alexa. And here's hoping this new gig of theirs will help. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a dog's dead body. Oh no. Oh no. Also, I made you into a hammerer, not a manager, because I can click. Might still be good at the job, but... Why can't I find this dwarf? I cannot wait for the day that this screen gets a search function. Ah, there you are. Let's remove you from the hammerer position. I don't need that. We also need to make a prison, because I do have a captain on the guard, but I don't actually have a prison right now. So I think that's probably one of the higher priorities coming up here is a prison. We also still don't have a tavern, which I think is kind of hysterical, personally. Uh-oh. Good lord. Okay, well, I'ma remove this from here. Everybody get out. Like, this is not a good time, this place. We do, okay. Fortunately have the ability to kill those things pretty quick. You know, this fort's kind of exciting. All things considered. Just want to make sure that you can, like, not have to struggle finding metal or stuff. Basically, the two things that you don't want is you just don't want to be Untamed Wilds, and you don't want to be you don't want Untamed Wilds, and you don't want to be near a Necromancer Tower, and you don't want to be on a heavy aquifer. That's basically all you need to worry about. The default world settings will give you so much metal that you won't be able to blink without finding like 15 veins of iron, which I actually hate. I really do not like how easy it is to find metal in this version of the game with the default settings. Because in older versions, the default settings were a lot harsher. So, like, if you don't change any of the world gen settings when you make a world, like, you're literally never going to run into an issue. Recruit kicks the agitated thrips. I've improved my fighting. Strikes it in the mouth with a wide custard apple shield. An applewood shield. That's gonna be a pretty looking shield. Anyway, we lost a second glassmaker. So that's unfortunate, like real unfortunate. Let's see if we can get these bodies buried. Do I even have tombs available? I don't know, actually. do have some tombs that haven't been filled yet, nor have they been assigned yet. Okay, well, Rick, Albert, and Arab can get dwarves now. Or not dwarves, but coffins, tombs. Well, I mean, for me, I think on the default settings, on the advanced ones, yeah, scarcity on around 1,000 is around where I like it, because I want to have to either trade for metal or just like not use metal that, or not have metal that's that accessible. Like for me, I like it when it's exciting when I find metal. I don't super like it when it's just everywhere and impossible to miss. But that's also because I've just been playing this game for too long, and it's fun to have a little extra challenge like that. Oh, don't apologize for questions. It's fine. What, me? This is something that I've started doing. When somebody leaves a comment that I don't like on a video or thing, I just tell them to have a wonderful day at the end of it, whatever day of the week it is. Because it makes me feel better. And it makes me feel cheeky. So it's something I've started doing. And it's really funny when someone is being like super aggro with me in YouTube comments, and I'm just like, have a wonderful afternoon. Smiley face. Laughing emoji. It's like, I don't know. What's funny is I know exactly what comment you're talking about. You might pick up that. I mean, I don't know how well it's going to work for, like, responding to problematic uncle on Facebook who drinks too much, but, like, you know. I can tell you it's probably not effective or does anything of benefit when responding to people in YouTube comments, but it makes me laugh inside while I do it, so I do it. All right, let's go here. And plop some coffins in. Well, here's the thing, right? You kind of want to encourage hecklers in YouTube comments for one reason. They're very, 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 very good at informing you that they really, really hate you. Which means they leave a lot of comments. And YouTube likes that. But you kind of got to be careful, because if your YouTube comments section is shitty, then nice people don't go in there either. So it's like this fine balance between like somebody saying something dumb and just kind of snarkastically responding to them, which I don't think is a word, but versus like encouraging them, because you don't really want to encourage that kind of behavior. That's never pleasant, like for anybody involved. All right, let's see. Are things getting put into tombs? Because apparently I have a whole bunch of dead dwarves that are now assigned to these. Well, that's not good. Ricklebert has a burial chamber. Okay. It's turning negativity into positivity. I don't know if it necessarily does, but that's the idea in theory, right? You had to make drainage channel to avoid the eruption bug, because the first time you jump between AM and fort mode. I've never seen anybody refer to fort mode as FM, and I really like that. The first time I jumped between AM and FM. Jesus Christ. Good Lord. Sorry about that. Ever since I had that cold, I've been unable to function without coughing occasionally. It really sucks. Thank you. No, it's just, it's phlegm. It's like residual phlegm from the cold that I had like a week and a bit ago. Does anybody know why your dwarves stopped burying the dead? Question, are they outside? Are the bodies outside? And are they rotten? Are they skeletons? And are they outside? Second question I have is, if you go into this screen, workers ignore outdoor refuse. So when they become skeletons, they're considered refuse. Tons of skeletons inside of your hospital. Do you have them set to save or dump corpses? Have you fiddled with any of these settings at all? I would try this. I would try gather outdoor refuse because they might look like they're indoors but be considered to be outdoors. That is the main reason why they stop like burying dwarves, is because that setting is ticked. Sometimes I find just ticking that setting fixes that entirely. So I would check to see if you have that option enabled. But they just leave newly dead dwarves to rot. The next thing I'll say is burying corpses isn't a particularly high priority job. So if you have a lot of high priority jobs, they're not going to prioritize the burying of bodies. Sometimes what I'll do, if there was recently like, I don't know, 80 or 90 dead or something, all in a short span of time, sometimes what I will do is I will make a custom labor that's literally just burial. That is it. And then set everything else to do not do this so that all dwarves just go and focus on doing that. Maybe try that because it is a really low priority job. So if things are like super busy and if you have like, I don't know, 150 crafts going or something, that might be the issue. But outside of that, I'm not too sure. Well, I mean, you can do it in the labor screen in here, like add new work detail, and then just go to here and then scroll down. It's like, yeah, right there. It's burial. It's under hauling. So it's part of the hauling job by default, but like you could just make a burial job. Do you really have 1,000 tombs? That's impressive. Well, I mean, that to me just indicates that there's been a lot of death, right? And when dwarves are constantly seeing things that upset them, Krampus, like when they are constantly seeing things that upset them, a side effect of that I've noticed is that they get less efficient because they're upset. So when dwarves are upset, they want to socialize more and not work, which kind of makes sense in a way if you think about it. So like they're insisting on working less because they're upset and they want to go blow off steam. But on the flip side, they're also like, you know, running into like upset issues. Yeah, it's fun. It's a good time. Where's that craft store shop? I want to find a thing. Do I not have a craft? I know I have a craft store shop. I have to. Ah, it's right here. Make large horn gem. Silk earring. I could just make totems. Let's make totems. You're pretty happy overall? Sure, certainly. I mean, you can be pretty happy overall, but also dwarves are getting scarred enough that they don't want to be working, right? Like, it's not too hard to piss the dwarves off to that point. But, you know. Anyways. Chat room, how are we all doing out there? How's things? I hope things are good. You'll do better next time. It's all a learning experience, right? I'm all right. I mean, I'm still coming down from the high of a charity stream. Charity streams, like, I'll be honest, whenever I do one, I immediately want to go on vacation. Like, it is hard. Like, I can stream for 12 hours and have more energy afterwards than I can if I stream for 3 hours of charity stream. It is hard to explain. First and only Fortson Steam release. Oh, wow. Oh, I mean, hell, 30 years, that's not bad. Probably already got like 30 hours worth of gameplay out of that, too. Okay, yeah, we need to increase the priority on this digging. Do I have any dedicated miners? No, I really don't. Okay. Dwarves, you're now dedicated miners. Go do mining, please. At least the smoothing is getting done now slowly. You can kind of understand that you're having to be a good representative of the charity and stuff, and it's a lot higher effort under pressure. Yeah, totally. Like, there's 3 reasons why charity streams are the most work I do for any streams. Reason number 1, it's just a lot of pressure to raise as much money as possible, right? Because it's kind of a competition at the end of the day. It's always like, it is sort of a contest to try and raise as much money as bloody possible versus previous events, but also like versus other people who stream, right? So there's always that. There's a little bit of a competitiveness to it, but on top of it, and this is the reality of it. It's a fuckload of work for not a lot of time, right? Like those videos that Fog did, he put like a week's worth of work into those. And he did a great job. Like, he did a fantastic job. But I straight up can't afford to pay him an hourly wage off of that. So it's like, I'm gonna pay him $100 for it, and I'm very happy with that because I could just be like, go get some drinks at the pub, and because I can't afford to pay you an hourly rate for that. So I kind of feel like crap that I can't actually afford to pay him an hourly rate. But he told me, he's like, I'm not gonna charge you an hourly rate because I don't think you can afford it. But he did a fantastic job, and that's like, you know, a couple of weeks of back and forth with him, like coordinating and getting that stuff done. And then for me, it's like, I literally spent like 6 hours one day recording voice lines, and then I was like 8 a.m. until like 12:30, and I started at 1. So I was doing prep work for the actual event all of that morning. And the result is, as the content creator, you make less money for the rest of the month, and generally like the next month as well, because you know, it's 4 hours of like bullying your audience into throwing as much money at a charity as possible, which usually means the budget for throwing money at streamer goes down. So it's like the most work you'll ever do so that you can knowingly expect to make less money the next month or for the rest of the month, which is like, you know, the trade-off that you do to raise money for a great cause. And it's great, and I'm very happy that I can do it. But my God, it's exhausting, and I always just want to immediately go on vacation right afterwards. But it's okay. I get to go on vacation in June. It's almost June. So I get to go away for 5 days. Be like, bye, guys. 5 days. And if anybody here watching the stream lives in Montreal and wants to hang out, I don't know, DM me. As I'm just going to fuck off and vanish and go to Quebec for a couple of days. Drink beer and exist in a world where I can't understand half the people. Why are Dwarf keep found dead a thing again? Why are you all the way out there? Why you do this to me, Dwarf? Hey. It's not even in the burrow. Oh, it's a merchant. That would be why. Well, that's unfortunate. I could open up like an area of the fort and maybe get some like tavern goers that could help defend things. You know, we could put a tavern in here. Oh no, Quebec's fine. Or Quebec is fine in general, unless you go to the small far out towns. I mostly just joke about not being able to understand anybody. I can actually understand an okay amount of French. I'm not, you know, I can't speak French. I wouldn't say that I speak the language really, but like I can understand enough to get by without too much trouble. What do you think, chat? Tavern up here? Because this fort doesn't have a tavern yet. I think that could look nice. I think we can do a tavern up here. I'm ignoring your redeem. What was your... Oh! My bad. I'm sorry. What kind of dwarf would you like? It says that you want to be the happiest unclaimed dwarf. Do you have preference of beard? Because I could give you Servesh or Enduk. Endok. No preference? All right, we'll give you the happiest one then. Duck ponders. I have a question. What does Duck ponder? He often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and is very ambitious. Always looking for a way to better his situation, finds obligations confining, and will try to avoid being bound by them. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a strong tendency towards privacy, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, often acts with compassion, often feels discouraged, thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Ask a stupid question, get a stupid response. So here's what I have in response to your stupid question, Ranger Rick. Anyway, chat, can I get a round of beers for the bits? And also, Craftig with the Prime sub. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that the time taken to master skill is a horrible waste. And he dreams, and he likes orthoclase and tin and brown jasper, the color goldenrod, maces and grates, and figurines and pigs for their snorts, and the sound of the zephyr of glimmers and the sight of the diamond of silver, and when possible, prefers to consume nautilus and peach cider, and absolutely hates blood gnats. I will cut you if you allow this argument to continue, Cashmere Goat. And by cut you, I mean scold you verbally in chat, and if you continue, I will then proceed to scold you slightly more angrily. Okay? Watching you. No! Threats are a sign of weakness. God damn it! No! Is it also a sign of low tolerance? Because I have low tolerance for stupid internet discussions. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Hey, we finally are at the despite the danger levels. That's how you know things are getting serial. Oh, wow, a novice woodcutter, gem setter. Also, you're inadequate at the combat thingy. Dreams of mastering skill, personally, doesn't care about craftsmanship. Well, in that case, grab 2 shields. What's your name? They're both named Rovod. We have 2 dwarves that named Rovod that just showed up at the same time. And you know what? They both have some combat skill. Pump operator is a Marks dwarf. Look at that. It's almost like they knew. It's convenient. How about you? You're a swords dwarf. It's almost like they know. This one just wants to make a great work of art. Well, you can go make a great work. How about you? Also great work of art. That's weakness. God damn it. I has weakness. Well, you know, accepting that I have weaknesses is the first sign of realizing that I'm a fragile, like, crumbling clay statue that's about to fall apart. Mentally and physically. So, well, I accept that I am a string bean. But I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyway, I accept that I'm a bean. String thing. And weak. You're invited to the new Twitch partner Discord. Connect with partners to get updates and find new opportunities and more. Wow, Twitch actually has a Discord again? Like an official one? Wow. Now I need to figure out how to join it. How do I actually join it then? I clicked it and it didn't do anything. Maybe apparently Twitch has a new partner Discord. Somebody was babbling about how they were like upgrading it, but all right. Well, anyway, I'll figure that out later. Probably have to sync my account or something. It's kind of funny because like Twitch when they bought Curse a while ago, they killed all of their Discord servers, or they didn't kill them. They stayed there, but like they stopped using them. All right. Apparently, I need to take a leak, chat, so I'm gonna do that.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Bring out your dead! HeroQuest is the best game ever.
No gaming catheter. No, no, no. Although my toilet's probably close enough, I could probably have a tube going through the wall, but I think my landlord might have some questions. All right, well, I think public tavern, I think library, and I think, yeah, I think library first, though. Let's do, tiger? We have a tiger? There's a tiger in a tree. And, oh, wait, hold on. How? So you know those two dwarves that I assigned to the military? They're in a tree with a tiger. I have some questions. Just 1 or 3, maybe 6. Well, they killed the tiger. That's the good news. Well, still Dwarf Fortress. No matter, you know, what happens. Still Dwarf Fortress. Where's my woodcutters? Devilish, you have an axe? Yes, you do. Can you whack the tree down? Canadian Pagan. Thank you very much for the raid. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And a shout out for Canadian Pagan, if possible. I have some soldiers stuck in a tree. It's unfortunate. Tiger King? Tiger dead, actually. So no, Tiger not king. Tiger very much dead. Pretty good TV show, though. I question how factual it is, but it was a fun show to watch. Yep, Canadian bacon is not called Canadian bacon in Canada. It's just either ham or back bacon. Giant fly is fighting with a wrestler. Is there... and there's a giant fly here now. I mean, tigers can climb pretty effectively, yeah, but they're also cats. You want to know what that means? They're really lazy. Oh, you decided to go get a drink halfway through going to go chop down the tree. Well, that's great. Meanwhile, Dorfus Groot is eating. Can you go do that? Tree chopping down and job it? There you, okay, you're gonna go do it. Let's see if you make it. Stay for a couple of years while the tree is growing underneath. Pretty much, yeah. It's not actually too far off. Man, there's so many poor dead animals out here. I feel bad. Am I trying to kill a dwarf? It's okay that you don't understand how the tree chopping mechanics in this game work. Because unless you're chopping down multiple trees, it's not going to kill. It can't kill a dwarf. And what I mean by that is, trees. Okay, so when a tree falls in Dwarf Fortress, the initial fell cannot hurt a dwarf. Okay. However, if you clear cut like 5 or 6 trees, what can happen is because the initial ones cannot hurt a dwarf, sometimes a tree is taller than another tree. Okay, so if you chop down a tree like this, that's taller than this tree, some of the logs might end up in this tree. Those logs can hurt a dwarf. So if I chop down this tree and a log ends up in the branches of this tree, and then dwarf chops down this tree and steps this way, they might get splatted by the log falling out of the tree. So it's not actually chopping down one tree in Dwarf Fortress with a crowd of dwarves around it, perfectly safe, right? Chopping down like 14 trees in a row that are all very tightly packed together can be very dangerous. Can you safely cut down trees when they're stuck up in them as long as no logs are stuck in it? Yes, like I just did. So, you know. And also, once all of these dwarves have zippity-doo-dah their waysies back and sidesies, I'm going to pull the levers because that'll just get rid of a lot of the grossness on this. Also, there's an ad, which is running. What's the solution? Let one dwarf chop down tree and cross your fingers that they don't go down with the logs. That's basically it. Cross your fingers. You only play with one woodcutter. You've had a full few deaths with 2 woodcutters. Explains a lot of what was going on. Yeah. I mean, also, like, the guaranteed way to avoid it is to don't let the trees grow super close together, right? If you don't let the trees grow super close together, you won't have any issues. Yeah, that too. What Krampus said. And also where the logs are. It's kind of like one of those things where, yes, a dwarf can safely channel lava to flow to a place, but they might just decide to run through the lava first, and that might just cause them to die to lava, you know? Like, can I guarantee you it will be safe? No. But, like, you can do it safely. Like, I watched somebody on a stream once who was designating a lot of chopping down trees. And he, like, kept having this problem, because he had, like, 12 woodcutters or something. He kept having this problem with, like, dwarves taking injuries from logs falling. So what he started doing was, like, building intricate burrows so that each woodcutter was locked to one corner of the map, basically, and they could safely chop down trees, and it, like, stopped him from getting any, like, random deaths. Although I'll say this, the initial log falls used to be able to kill dwarves, and that's where a lot of those memes came from, of, like, that feeling when you start and your initial 7 dwarves embark, and then 2 of them die immediately from falling trees. But they have made dwarven technology for tree felling has gotten a lot less surprise death as of late. Yeah, Valheim mode, pretty much. I'll bet you that wouldn't be too hard to mod in. Just, like, make trees significantly more dangerous. Yes, I'm aware I'm using boulders for this, by the way, because it's just flooring, not walls. And I have a lot of obsidian. And I'd really like to get these bedrooms done. Do you need to store the most valuable materials like diamonds in a safe place in your fortress? Diamonds, no. Random items, no. Materials, no. Artifacts, yes. Artifacts can get stolen. Named items can get stolen. But random gems and like coins and stuff and armor is not really a threat. You can get petty thefts. Like if kobolds show up, they will try and steal stuff like that. But maybe I just kind of naturally build my forts in a way that they can't really do anything, because I don't think I've had anything stolen by a kobold like in years, maybe. No, not if it's constructible. If it's constructed, it would need to be toppled, and artifact furniture is untoppleable, even by the highest level of building destroyers. So if it's like a throne and you build it, yeah, it's safe. It's the reason artifact doors used to be so valuable and still kind of are, is because they're untoppleable by anything. And I know that some of the building destroyers are actually working in the game again, but artifact doors are completely undestroyable. So people used to always freak out when they would get an artifact door because you use it as your front door and nothing, like it can't be destroyed, which is awesome. There we go. Getting them green glass hallways worked on. Let's see, combat again. Some more giant bugs. Giant flies. The dogs are doing not bad work. Oh, you killed a giant bug. Let's allow them to go over that way as well. I thought this kid was walking. What are you doing? Oh, my mayor is hauling an agitated giant thrips corpse. Sorry, but like, there's something really funny about that. Can I make you drop it? Trying to make you drop it. I'm just keeping it for later. It's a snack. 1,700 green glass. I mean, I should really be just focusing more on clear glass stuff, but we're making green glass toys now too. It teleports the lava above it, if that makes sense. It's Mayor's pet jerky. Oh boy. If you drop a large chunk of land into lava, it teleports the lava beneath it above it. So not really to raise the level. It makes sense if you understand how Dwarf Fortress dumb physics work, but I don't know if I would actually say that it makes sense. You know, it's actually something that I think is kind of funny about Dwarf Fortress is when I see people, like there was a review that popped up this morning for Dwarf Fortress on Steam, which is a pretty negative review, right? Like it's just straight up somebody being like, game bad, right? But it's genuinely funny to me when I see people say things like, oh, Dwarf Fortress, it's this, it doesn't do anything that other colony sims don't do. It's like, well, I can kind of see why you would have that opinion, but I can give you like 20 reasons why it's wrong. And then they'll like kind of retort with just like, the only thing it does is it has Z levels and water physics. It's like, wow, you didn't play this game at all. Like, you really didn't play the game at all. Boy, oh boy. Cons in taking elves and humans as citizens. No. Humans, you need to make human-sized clothing, but there are no cons for taking other interesting characters in as citizens. Not really. Aside from that, it takes them a while to be full citizens, and that period of time can take a little bit. Okay, so you're fighting a giant fly. The trader punches the craft dwarf. What? I apparently have a craft dwarf that's, like, beating people. Anyway, we've just expanded my food stockpile pretty considerably because I have a ton of food that needs to go into this stockpile. I mean, actually, I will say, in it, I kind of really like the original version of Dwarf Fortress back when it was 2D. It's a very different kind of game, but I do quite like it. It's a lot more gamey, is the easiest way to put it. It's like a lot more gamey. So I've got I've got a breeding pair of giant lorikeets. I'm going to slaughter the giant wren and the giant hornbill. And I'm going to go all the way over here. I don't know if I want to go all the way over there. I'm going to make a room in this wall right here for big birds. And I'm going to place some cage traps in front of them. We're trying to fix it, Cappy. Working on it. Also, is this even in the burrow? No, it's not. Oopsies. No, it's definitely not. All right, that should be sorted. Birds are working on this. I can unsuspend this stuff. Did I just suspend that? No, I didn't. Unsuspend that and unsuspend that. Okay. I'll have doors. They do, in fact, all have doors. Not all maps have sand. So if your map doesn't have sand, it will never have sand. Sand is usually pretty close to the surface layers, meaning it's usually pretty high up. There is no, like, this is how you find sand. Sometimes you can find sand in the caverns. Like, this particular map has quite a bit of sand in the caverns. I don't actually need that water source anymore. Like, this particular map has quite a bit of sand in the caverns. But, like, you know, you don't necessarily need it. Speaking of things I do need, though, I do need wood. How many agitated creatures are on the map right now? There's the giant thrips. Well, I think I'm going to send my squatties out here. Let's turn the burrow off for a minute. And we're probably going to end up at war with elves. I don't see myself having any alternative here, really. We're going to try and grab some wood. I don't have a tavern. Like, straight up, this fort has been around for years now. Does not have a tavern. Like, we also don't have a library. I also have almost no farming. Puppy just went off at 100 miles an hour, and there is now a dead giant bug. Okay, let's see if we can safely get some of these insects inside. And also refill the wood stockpile. And Trips is fighting with a war dog. Yeah, it doesn't get lost. You just have to dig over top of it and then, or not dig over top of it, build a floor on it and then delete the floor. The other thing is you can collect sand from sand walls. You don't necessarily have to collect sand from sand floors. A lot of people just collect sand from sand floors and assume that that's the only way that you can collect sand. But no, you can get sand from walls. So a wall like this can't have moss on it. A wall like this can't have moss on it. So because you can collect sand from sand walls, that's an option. If floor is your only option to find sand, then what I would recommend doing is essentially just build a grate on top of it, and they can collect stuff through there. You're playing the hot potato fort, hell yeah. Curious to see if I can force the dwarves to clean this area up a little bit. Because putting stockpiles like this in an area generally is actually a pretty good method. Squashes? Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Gotta get rid of this zone. And maybe replace it with a zone similar to up here. Let's see. Do we have wood in the stockpile now? Nope. What is the current job for most dwarves? Store buildings, storing stockpile. What are we storing? Giant Ren skeleton. Rovod has been missing for a week. Awesome! We lost Rovod, chat. Rest in pieces, Rovid. I'm sure this is great for moods. Which one? Good question. I don't know. Rovod used to... the Marksdorf Rovod. Hope they weren't married or anything. Oh, that construction got suspended. All right, you know what? Scratch this. I'm going to turn this back off. I'm going to add this to the burrow temporarily. And add all of this to the burrow temporarily. Add this to the burrow temporarily. And I'm going to add this to the burrow temporarily. And then I can go in and just demolish all this later. And also I want to check something. Is people cleaning? Yes, that's what I wanted to see. We also need a lot of this stuff put away. Uh-oh. A peasant has been missing for a week. Great. Oh, Zul. Okay, so one of the dogs was missing. This dwarf. And I nod. I think that might be the mayor, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the mayor. Nope, different Einod. Okay, well. Evening, a darkened dawn. How are you? Hey, don't you say mean things about my bridge like that, okay? Yes, it's covered in vomit. It's a naturally occurring liquid that spews out of dwarves most days of the year. Are we in combat? Yes, we are in fact in conflict. That's why all the dwarves are scattering. And if you're wondering why I put a stockpile out here, it's because it forces the dwarves to clean things. There is actually nothing in this stockpile. It is an empty stockpile. And literally the reason I built it is because it's forcing the dwarves to clean. See? There you go, Darkened Dawn. Were you the one who said that you were going to watch it in, Oh no, a child's been missing for a week. Well, crud. Maybe we send the dwarves back inside. Okay, let's get rid of this stockpile for a little bit. Don't worry about the cleaning. Let's just get stuff hauled. A surprising amount of vomit. As somebody who's gotten way too drunk before, humans contain a surprising amount of vomit. Am I making beds? No. Okay, I need beds. That's what we need. So let's just focus on beds. Make bed 25, please. And also, hang out here for a second. Most of these dwarves are hauling stuff in, which is what we need. I can agree with that. Yep, being puke drunk sucks. Not sure where this fighting is happening, but it is one of my recruits fighting with a giant thrips. He actually struck the... Oh, no, it's a hornbill. Sorry. He struck the agitated hornbill in the head with a coffee wood crutch. Wow. Literally whacked it with a crutch. Was it you that did that? Nope. And exploded its head. Okay, well, he did fire some bolts at it. That is kind of amazing. Agitated hornbill was killed by a dwarf that whacked it with a crutch. Come on, it's a well-known fact, Orange, that you've puked on my couch. Moses the recruit has been taken by a Fey mood. I don't think I've ever seen a recruit get taken by a Fey mood. Also, apparently, armadillos fighting. It's okay. It's a shitty couch. Unrelated to literally anything we're talking about, chat. Guess what I saw last night? I saw not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 12. I saw 8 raccoons. Most of them babies. Oh, look at you playing with that green glass mini forge. Very safe place for you to play with a green glass mini forge. No, there is a crane right above my apartment building, and I ain't going out into the middle of fuck nowhere to stare at some, like, sun rays that are trying to kill us. My mom says that I have a very unromantic way of describing Aurora Borealis. It's like, yes, it's the sun trying to kill us in real time. My mom's like, you could say that nicer. Because that's literally what it is. It's just proof and evidence that the sun hates us and wants us to die. That's all it is. It's material evidence that the sun wants us to die. It's the Earth Defense Force Field kicking into high gear. Yeah, exactly. They're like we've been screaming, all power to deflector shields for like the past week. Has anybody seen that comic that kind of looks like Farside flying around recently? I've just seen it flying around the internet. It's just like this guy and he looks kind of pissed. You're making a string. You're making an artifact? You grab it. What? Did you just kill that? Oh, it was agitated. There was an agitated blue peahen. This dwarf is making an artifact and just like is murdering peacocks. I didn't know they could do that. Also, aren't they not supposed to be able to make artifacts if they're currently recruited in the military? I think that's a bug. Anyway, he just goes back to making his artifact, doesn't care. Okay, well, I'm sure that's fine then. Hot potato went pretty okay. Audio, how you doing, dude? The short videos that Fog made for the rewards are up on YouTube now if you want to see them. I think they're great, personally. I think Fog did a fantastic job. You're bummed you missed it. Is what it is. I mean, it's going to happen next year. I mean, I missed most of it. Like, I feel like I watched a pathetically small number of the streams and, like, wasn't interacting at all over the weekend because I got really busy with Mother's Day stuff, and I'll be honest, I've been kind of burnt out. The amount of grinding I did for adventure mode kind of burnt me out a bit. So, it's been, like... It's been a lot, and I just really didn't want to watch streams. I don't know, and I feel kind of bad that I didn't, but... You got stuck dealing with a 4-hour flight delay? Oh, shit, dude. That sucks. But, chat room, can I get a round of beers for audio? Who's kept that tier 3 subscription? I think it's been tier 3 for a large portion of it. Alive for 83 months. It's a lot of goddamn time. So, thank you for all of your support. Because it really means a lot. Uh-oh. Well, rip that war dog. There is a agitated giant wren. There's multiple agitated giant. This one's named Sodawog. Is it just the dog that fell in there? I mean, there's iron armor in there somehow. I'm not sure how, but fortunately, this one died very conveniently. Right in front of where the bodies go. I'm very confused about this metric years comment that I'm reading in my chat right now. Somebody just fell in the lava, probably. Maybe not. The better question is... Okay, never mind. That's not blood. That's mud. All right, well, bolts are flying. The dust could the smoke could also be bolts falling into there. Problem is, I'm not exactly going to see evidence if one of my soldiers falls in there. Because... Well, they're all made, their gear is entirely wood and leather, so. How many agitated burbies are still on the mappies? Well, one of them's in a cage. It's just the agitated pangolin and one agitated wren. The wren is currently on layer 90, so that's pretty far away. Okay, well, Burrow's back on. These dead pangolins getting collected. The fruits and veggies are just sitting there now, I guess. You're going to go pick up equipment. Hopefully it's not too far away. What's in this? An agitated giant hamster. You know, if I was a giant hamster, I would also be agitated. Okay, let's go down to here. Let's remove this from the burrow again. Oh, and the captain of this squad is dead. That's unfortunate. I guess you can be a new captain of this squad. I did actually kind of lose a lot of dwarves in that fighting. Did what? What broke? Oh, did it break again, or are you saying that the new thing is me going me doing charity event and then ceasing to do charity event at the end of charity event? Made my Streamlabs lose access to the old images, and I couldn't find it in a pinch. I'm sure it's on my computer somewhere. I'll find it, but couldn't find those images. So because I'm really, really, really good at computer organization. So did I? No, I did not memorialize Ral. For a fortress that is. No, it's a hamster, not a capybara. For a fortress that is not currently fighting with any enemies on the map with us, we've had quite the body count. Moses the Glassmaker has created Kubak Bubness, Nani Ritzkom, a green glass earring. And he offers it to the Hot Sparks. It's very hot, very sparky. Ral. He's been missing for a week. Let's put that ring here. Yep. You heard him. Which also isn't our first ring, I don't think. You just planted a bunch of tomatoes in the garden? We're tomato bros? Hell yeah! I don't know what that means. Or how that benefits us. What kind of tomatoes did you plant? This is a green. Oh, wow. I don't have a broker. Well, rip. Hey, Creed. You're now a broker. Just thought I'd let you know. Let's read the description of this. This is a green glass earring. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with electrum, brass, and decorated with emerald-cut green glass gems, encircled with bands of square-cut green glass gems and tin. This object menaces with spikes of green glass, mango wood, and on the item is an image of Iral, city paint, the dwarf, and sneer-covered the giant wren in obsidian. Iral is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the striking and sneer-covered is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Iral, city paint by the giant wren in sneer-covered in FireOrb in the early spring of 317. On the item is an image of cowpea plants in coffee wood. On the item is an image of image wad, the rounded cave spider silk cap and reindeer leather. On the item is an image of the lonesome rogue, the obsidian bracelet. Pigtail. Peahen? We've killed very few peahens. If it's going to have any bones, it's going to have llama bones or something. You need swamp whiskey? Why? I mean, that's really easy. I was going to say, it's called Crown Royal, but like, I'm trying to think of, what's a whiskey that I genuinely find repulsive that isn't like a brand that some people like for some reason? Fireball isn't whiskey, so it's flavored alcohol nonsense. I mean, I don't dislike Fireball. Fireball's okay actually, but Adam the Glassmaker's been missing for a week. Wow. What's the last name? Kubok. All right, well, I mean, the bright side, it means there's less beds that I need to make. Looks like I need to make more chests, because we seem to have plenty of cabinets. Let's go here, boink. Roll this up to this. It's down to this. Don't need that. Well, waste more than I wanted to, but it's fine. And I also don't need this. I'm just gonna have floor put on it in the future. Insulina Sama's been missing for a week. That was a dwarf that I saw running out and like sprinting off in an awkward direction, so that's unfortunate. Rest in peace, dwarf. Death count in this fort is getting a little bonkers, actually. It really is kind of a shame. But what can you do? You know, it's Untamed Wilds, and I turned the difficulty up. So I made agitation easier because it had been so long since I'd actually had a fortress with agitation in it. But I was like, you know, I know it's going to probably net a lot of death, but I would like some agitation. So I made agitation harder to get rid of. Agitation is something that happens in Untamed Wilds biomes. It's a new mechanic for this version. And essentially what it is, or as of version 50, essentially what it is as you damage the wilderness, it causes agitation, which then causes the animals to attack you, which is why I keep getting attacked by giant thrips that have the agitated word in front of them. So that's why there's an agitated giant hamster, agitated giant wrens, agitated pangolins, and they're basically just like, you know how sometimes like bigger animals that are like set to be aggressive will just attack you? It's like that, but they're 100% aggro all the time. And, you know, I actually quite like the mechanic. I think it can just be a little bit easy sometimes, and I've turned it up so it's more difficult. They are roiding? What, the birds? Or the dwarves? Okay. Well, let's just get you making cheese and milking animal, shear animal, spin thread. I'm gonna do the same thing with you. Shear animal, spin thread. Gonna take a little bit for those to clue into gear, but it's fine. A lot of smoothing walls getting done right now. And right here, I can assign some more bedrooms. We can see, hey, literally every dwarf in the fort has a bedroom. You love to see it, chat room. You'll love to see it. You can see this fort becoming a mountain home. I mean, we're well on our way. We've got a duchy, Bonesaw, the duchy, who apparently isn't fully satisfied with his dining room. Okay, well, here, we'll smooth it. I'll smooth the walls in your dining room. Ungrateful dwarf, fuss thing. We also have some statues. So I'll chuck some statues into here. And you know what? We can also engrave pretty pattern. All right. The dormitory is finally empty. There you go. Of bodies or... well, the gem cutter's been found dead. Well... I wish I had words, but I kind of don't. You know what? Let's delete this zone. Do this. Type in hole gem cutter. Here's hoping somebody puts dead dwarf into tomb. And a child's been found dead. Oh my god, that's a large noodle. Huh. You know, I think I should lock the door. I think we should lock the door, chat. I'm starting to think it might be time to just close the door for a while. Please, I really want you to step right there. Okay, well, instead you chose to come inside, which is fine. However, it means I have to kill you. And Tosid's having a bad time here. In fact, he got bit in the right hand and his hand flew off in an arc. So, Tosid, even if you win this fight, which I don't think you will, we're going to have to... Well, I was going to say let you retire. This cat, however, is the pet of the dwarf that just died, who is now in a mortal battle to the death, or this cat's pet just died, this dwarf, is now in a mortal fight to the death with this giant snecky, and is biting it repeatedly and vengeful, which is the least cat-like behavior I've ever seen. So, on the bright side, Kitty is terrified while in conflict and overexerted, but is still biting it repeatedly in the head. Most of the dwarves, I'm sure, are just bashing it. Looking at it, yep, they are in fact just bashing it. Mostly snake teeth. Yep, all snake teeth. And more bits and pieces. Bolts. Shields. Things. Continuing to fight it. It is bleeding heavily and in emotional shock. And, you know, I think I would be too if I was currently getting beaten with wooden crossbows, punches from child and various dwarves, as well as just getting whacked repeatedly with a shield. That is what's happening right now. They're very talented wrestlers, Stormcrow, which is kind of the same thing. The dwarves are all starting to fall asleep, which is kind of hysterical. How many war puppers do I has? Okay, you know what? Let's allow you out, and maybe they'll come up and help. All right, another dwarf joins the smackdown, because that's really what this is. This dwarf's got bolts. Another dwarf joins in the smackdown. Another dwarf joins in the smackdown. I think that's the dwarf that's been missing for a week, actually. The cat's still helping, too. It is. It killed 2 dwarves. Elfie. This snake did. Actually, it's killed 5 dwarves. Sorry, I lied. Even the doggo is helping. I mean, okay, so if nothing else, this is probably pretty good training, but this is awful for moods. Like, horrible. It's this, they're beating this snake so much. Oh, it's had a name, like, they get names after they get their first kill, so this is Lured Mortal, the Maw of Races. The thing that, like, you need to know about named animals is they get a name after their first kill. So they got a name after it killed Cole. Yeah. Well, I'm going to assign 2 of these war dogs to my militia captain. And let's say assign you to a wrestler and you to Boom Boom. We'll make the war dogs come and join in with this fight, which will hopefully cause it to bleed more. I mean, the good news is it's unconscious, so it can't kill any more dwarves. Okay, here come the war dogs. And it's, well, I mean, it stopped lying down for a second, which is good. Satisfied at work, really? I mean, it ain't much, but it's honest work. Nope. No, we do not. We have wooden shields and crossbows, because I'm stubbornly refusing to use Obsidian's short swords because there is no metal on this map, and we've agreed as a group that I'm not going to use non-wooden weapons in this fort. And Forgotten Beast has arrived, which is great. Fortunately, it's just a blob named the Spiteful Harshness. It's killed a bugbat and a Dratha. Aw, poor bugbat. And about to kill a Crundle. It is made of grime and filth. And what is it? What's its power? It's deadly dust. And now it's stuck in a tree. Great. I don't think it can get down. Well, that's very funny. Where's the combat happening? I mean, obviously, it's all the way up here. So, doink. This snake is smaller than most dragons, smaller than most giants, and they also fit in a cage. It just didn't step on my cage traps, which is a huge shame. I would love to have trapped this thing, but we're not going to get it now. Have I ever used obsidian short swords? Yes, they are awful. Wooden short swords are actually better. I could make wooden spears, but I kind of want to, you know, try wooden shields. Somebody just threw this toy hammer, I think. What is that? We had a giant grasshopper attack? Holy shit, man. That's nuts. But yeah, you've never seen anyone use them because they are awful. That is why you've never seen anyone use them. You have no weapons or fighters and 85 dwarves and a minotaur. You might lose 2 or 3 dwarves. Minotaurs aren't that strong. I would just put a bunch of random dwarves into a squad and tell them to kill. You see this? They're all striking it, but the attack is glancing away. They're whacking it repeatedly in the head. But the attack is glancing. Oh, wait. Why is its sprite dead here? Huh. Dogs are biting it, which is tearing it. How many injuries does it not have? Okay, well, her teeth are gone, so it can gum you very effectively. Well, her head is bleeding. The problem is the dwarves are all overexerted, so they're literally stunning themselves. I'm going to just chuck some other dwarves in to the military and hope they all go grab bolts or something. Yeah, as much as I don't want to, maybe we do have to, you know, go get ourselves wooden swords or something. This isn't fight, this is torture. I mean, it's pretty good training for my dwarves. Hey, they got it. Yeah, no, like, a lot of my dwarves are now legendary observers because of that fight. Yeah, all of these dwarves are legendary observers now after that, which is really funny, actually. Because they're all just sitting there observing a fight. Also, wasn't as bad for moods as I thought it would be. But, you know, I'm going to turn off the burrow now that the door is locked. And just kind of go, wow, that happened. Also, these bins are not supposed to be here. How did these bins end up here? Oh, Jesus. I thought I removed them from this thing, but I guess I didn't. Okay. Taking part in a fight improves observation. And if you have no skills in combat, it's the only skill that taking part in a fight trains. If that makes sense. It's like fighting and observation are the ones that you basically just get for free from being in proximity of a fight. And I've also been told by people, I haven't actually tried this myself, that having your military train close to social spaces trains dwarves in observation. So like they gain skills in fighting and sometimes wrestling, and then observation. What's up, Buzak? Or Buzak? You have a game bed where there's no wood. How can I make beds in this case? You have to go to the cavern layers and chop down mushroom trees and make beds out of those. those are also wood. Mushroom trees. Or import wood. Those are your two options. Yeah, you could also destroying the wagon will get you a couple logs. Green glass buckets. What can I make buckets out of? Metal, basically. What do I have for metals currently? It's 1 bar. Let's make some electrum buckets. Let's make 10 electrum buckets. Let's do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I've never really noticed it myself, but I've heard enough reports that is true that, you know, I believe it. Which is the, you know, dwarves watching other dwarves training gain observation skill. Luxurious buckets we have there? Well, I mean, it's what we got. And we need buckets, apparently, so... What is observation used for? Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but it's line of sight, I think. And also discovering things that are stealthed within the line of sight. And in adventure mode, it gives you... What's the word? Happy thoughts when watching streams. Sure. In adventure mode, it gives you the... It makes it easier for you to spot traps, I think. Insulina, your dwarf just died, by the way. I realized that you apparently resubbed 18 minutes ago, and I completely missed that. And also, Salvadaddy apparently gifted a sub to Krampus, which I also completely missed. So very sorry that I missed both of those. But I have reorganized all of my notifications, and they look different now. They anticipate attack moments from enemies? You mean like while sleeping? Because that would be useful. Helps you identify an incoming attack? Oh, probably, actually. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. If it makes them more likely to spot like something's going to hit them before it hits them, that would make a lot of sense. I'm glad people watched the Adventure Fund video. The last the last like big charity stream I did with those animated shorts, barely anybody watched the shorts when I uploaded them. I was kind of bummed about it. Need to assign a dwarf to Kokoroko. Oh wow, you are correct. Kokoroko, what kind of dwarf do you want? Choose wisely. You may immediately die. Thank you, Kashmir. Patchwork, what up? If Kokoroko doesn't respond, I'll just give them a happy dwarf. Any military. Okay, I will go sort by happiest until I find a military. And I don't think any of that dwarves in the military are even remotely happy. But here you can be Zephon Ralkir, the militia commander, who is a proficient axe dwarf and legendary observer. This dwarf has a date palm crossbow and a empty quiver, which means I probably need to tell them to go update that. I am not going to go look through who killed the big noodle because I almost guarantee you it wasn't one of the military dwarves. It's probably like a dog or something. Anyway, you have two pet war dogs, silk trousers, and you're currently watching a glass-making demonstration. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily, can be very happy and optimistic, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, often feels lustful, and can handle stress. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds freedom and independence completely worthless and values peace over war. He likes hornblende, bismuth bronze, and shell opal, paradise knot wood, wet tip, reef shark, leather, and anvils, pepper plants, and the fruit, pepper plants for their fruit, and the site of the luxury of trading and when possible prefers to consume, spotted webgong, and bumblebee, and sorghum seeds, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You bet it's unbelievably hot in there? Oh, absolutely. And you're a legendary observer and a talented armor user and proficient at a few other things. But yes, I am not going to go searching for the one that killed the snake. Because I almost guarantee you that that snake is impossible to find. That would have been something I would have needed to check right away, and to be honest with you, I don't really care. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Wrong button. You're betting it bled to death. Yeah, there is also that possibility where like nobody gets credited with the kill. The reality is I'm not really trying to do melee combat. It's just the animals attacking us have kind of gotten out of hand a little bit. But it's okay. We've locked the doors, and the wildlife is now stuck outside. All right, let's see. Is anybody putting things into tombs? Nope. No. Okay. Oh, certainly. Am I going to do that? No. No, I'm not. Not for a snake. Maybe if it was a snake that killed the entire fort. Or most of the fort, but it didn't. It killed 5 dwarves, which sucks. But like I said, I don't care. So I'm not going to go look. When they add a quit and save open legends mode option, then I will check. No questions asked. Whether or not I can access your body. If I cannot get to your body, or if your body no longer exists because it caught fire, you get a headstone. Otherwise, you get a coffin. Should be pretty self-explanatory, I think. All right, let's work on making a library, because that was something I intended to start and then never made it to. Frame rate's going bye-bye. This happens when a bunch of animals are fighting on the surface, which they currently are. Before it became more minty, this I agree with. Why is there a human lasher on them? Citizen of the Tame Realm, eh? Well, you're not here to trade. That's mildly interesting. Where did you come from? Huh. Weird. Okay, so I need 3 things. I need a prison, I need a library, and I need a tavern. In no particular order, but I do need those 3 things. Why isn't it a tab that you could freely open in Fortress mode? Because years ago it used to be a different executable, so it wasn't possible. That's the first reason. Second reason is because it's got quite a long load screen, and the reason they've never done it is they always assumed that players wouldn't want to wait for the load screen, because, you know, you'd have to wait for the game to save like this, right? And then you'd have to wait for Legends to load, so it would be quite a long load time for a lot of things. So that's why they never did it, was because they assumed that nobody would do that. But due to massive amounts of pestering, they've come around on it and have said that they're gonna do it. So we are going to get basically like an option in here where you can save and continue playing, but save and quit to Legends, which saves you from having to retire the fortress. All right, let's go. There is a DF hack open Legends command. Last time I tried it, it straight up didn't work and just insta crashed the game. So, I mean, you could try it. That is also one of those commands that like was legendary for breaking people's saves back in the day. So, I don't know if it's much better now, but generally things that used to brick people's saves at one point in time are going to be things that I'm never going to use because I don't trust it. A little bit of stutter. I blame the birds. I also have a slightly stacked PC, but like even with the stacked PC, the save and load times can get kind of slow sometimes. What CPU are you running, if I can ask? To describe it as stacked. Just curious. Because the biggest performance gains I ever got on Dwarf Fortress was when I got a Ryzen. Ah, okay. You're in that era of i7s. Yeah, I've got a Ryzen 7 1700 X3D, which is big and thick, shall we put it. Big and thick. Yeah, okay. And that seems like it's a bad idea then. DF is like all intensity on the processor, yeah. Like, people like to joke that it's like you need more RAM for Dwarf Fortress, but Dwarf Fortress generally uses like 1500 megs of RAM. This is like one of the things that's endlessly, not frustrating, but just like question marks for me. I had somebody ask if I can make a tutorial specifically about how, like literally 5 minutes ago, ask me to make a tutorial specifically about how to get water on one tile. It's like, well, my wells videos covers that. So watch my video on wells. And it's like, will endlessly be mildly, not irritating, that's the wrong word to use, but I don't think I will ever get to a point where I'm not just going, I already have 4 different videos that cover that in different contexts. How do I, as a creator, explain to people, I've made that video 5 times already, I shouldn't need to make it again. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Get that squad training. You try and keep your world small, so that's part of it. Yeah, small worlds mean that your like seasonal saves go way faster, and that's how that efficiency keeps up. I'm kind of thinking, okay, maybe not up one. I'm kind of thinking I put a library directly beneath this. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a library directly beneath this, and I'm just going to channel this down. And then build over top of it so that they can look down into the library. I'm also going to deconstruct all of this nonsense because I don't need it anymore. Yeah, but I understand why you wouldn't look for that. But there are a lot of problems that people who are new to this game consider problems that, to me, as somebody who makes videos, are almost completely redundant to make another video. It's like, if you have a annoying, well, not annoyingly, that's the wrong word to use. If you have a very, very, very specifically niche problem, okay, which happens every now and again, right? I'm not going to make videos to cover every single niche problem. Does that make sense? Because I would be making like 1,500 tutorials for Dwarf Fortress. Like, one of my most requested tutorials ever, which I genuinely think is hysterical that it's so heavily requested, is, Blind, could you make a tutorial on how to make an arena to make creatures fight? And I never will fully understand why it's so requested, because I'll never do it. Because my response is literally just use some creativity. Like, it's a game about building things. It's not a building that you construct. It's not like a 2-click option that, boom, done. Now you have a room that is an arena. That's not how the game works. So I genuinely don't understand that. And that's how I feel about some of these requested tutorial ideas, is it's just like, well, have you tried to just figure it out? Isn't that part, do you get any enjoyment out of that? I don't know. I guess it's kind of the curse of being a tutorial person. Being a person who makes tutorials for thing is people, there's a lot of people on the internet that want basic tutorials for things, and that makes sense. And I've made a lot of those for the more clear things that people would want tutorials. Sorry, nope, we're closed. Not opening the door up. But when people start trying to ask me to teach them how to be creative, my brain shuts off a little bit and I have a malfunction moment where I'm just like, I don't know how to help you. Does that make any sense? And I look at tutorials for other games like this, and a lot of them are that, where it's just like video maker baby mansplaining how to do the basicest of creative portions of the game. I will never understand the need for that. Because that's not a tutorial, Diamond Destruct. That's a completely different kind of content, right? You know, you say people like watching Minecraft builds. Okay, but that's not a tutorial. That's not tutorial content. That isn't what they're asking for, right? What they're asking for is make a tutorial on how to make something creatively. Why would I ever do that? Right? If they were asking for me to make speed build, that's one thing, which I would also say no, because I'm not interested in making speed build content. Because that shit takes forever, and I'd rather stream. And if I'm streaming, that's gonna have my dumb face on it, and kind of ruins it. Is the viewer ever right on what they want? Oh, I mean, the viewer is always right on what they want, but that's not the question. The question is, am I going to make it? And the answer is no. I'm not going to make you a tutorial on how to make an arena. If you want to make an arena to make some Cyclopses fight, use your creativity and the tools provided. They just want to see, they don't want, it's not even a matter of someone skilled. They just want to see somebody with more free time than them make one, right? Which is honestly why I have the DF ideas video, because there are things that I don't think should really be tutorialized. But like, if I do something really weird or build a weird contraption, I can then make an ideas video out of it and just kind of chuckle at it. You know? Or those highlight videos. You actually found me from your tutorial on Saturday, which completely agree on custom videos to do everything. It would be insanity, but also a lot of it falls to the way it's asked. Well, better. Well, I mean, usually what I do if I see a comment like that, where I know that that topic is covered in another video, I just comment on, like, in response to the comment and just be like, hey, this video covers that. It might not be the most clear video to look for, but this video covers that topic. That's usually what I just try and do. Because to me, that's like it's the happy middle ground, right? Like, am I going to make you a video on how to put water on one tile? No, because I cover that in like 8 different videos. I cover that in my farming video. I cover that in my wells making video. I cover that in the wells making complete guide. I cover that in, I'm pretty sure I cover that in my getting started guide. I cover that in the Weather Mountains Let's Play. I cover that in the other tutorial Let's Play that I never finished because I canceled it in favor of Weather Mountains. Like, I've covered it in like five or six different videos. So I'm not gonna make a specific video for that because 1, nobody would watch it, and 2, I have a life, and making tutorials isn't fun. I make tutorials because people watch them. I don't like making them. It's like it's always kind of funny when this conversation happens and I start babbling about how I don't like making tutorials. Making tutorials is a fuckload of work, and it is guaranteed to be the most. It's guaranteed to be the most difficult to deal with comments section forever. Because if it gets a lot of views, that's great. But the more views they get, and the longer they're around, they inevitably become inaccurate eventually. So what starts off as really valuable content becomes, actually, this is wrong because blah, 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 and he's so stupid. Why would he put this in the video? Why would he say something like that? That's wrong. That's not how this works. Because I made the video 4 years ago, man. And the game has changed. Stuff like that, right? And then if you remake the video, it will never get as many views as the original. So it's this very, not frustrating, but like inevitable slow fall into insanity for anybody who tries to like make a lot of tutorials, because you realize that every 3 to 4 years you have to remake your tutorials to stop people from yelling at you. And if you want people to actually stop yelling at you, you have to unlist the old ones. And if you unlist the old ones, then the new ones don't get views. So it's like this slow spiral into insanity. It's like one of my favorite quotes about Dwarf Fortress tutorials specifically is actually from Krug Smash, where I asked him if he was going to make more, because he made a really good one that got like 1 million views about getting started with Dwarf Fortress on an older version of the game. And he said, nah, man, I'll leave that up to you because I'm not a sociopath. When will they release Adventure Mode for Steam? It's on the beta branch. You can go play it right now. When will they release it? I have no idea when it's done. Don't ask me when it's done, because I don't know. But it's already in the beta branch. You can just go play it. Swap over to the public beta. You can play it. $130 clear glass. But keep in mind, it's a beta. Very much a beta. Very, very much a beta. Meaning it is unfinished. Meaning there are missing features. Meaning, yeah, you could go play it right now, but you might not have an optimal experience. And please don't yell at me in my tutorial comments about how you're dying of thirst because you can't make something work. Because, I don't know. It's unfinished. What can I tell you? The new CUD UI beta build. There's a new CUD UI? I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of just waiting for CUD to be done, so no. Because the second you tell me that 1.0 is coming, I don't want to play the game until 1.0 is out. I also just really haven't felt like I wanted to play CUD, because the last time I tried to do a full playthrough of it really kind of burnt me out on it a bit. I love that game. I think CUD is very, very good, but man, it is a tough game to stream. Oh, it's a beautiful game, yeah. It's a wonderfully gorgeous game. Yes, they can. Because scholars can write books out of anything that they have knowledge of. and scribes can copy books. So if they've read a book with the secrets of life and death, then they could write a copy of it. But there's no way to make them do that, and I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've actually seen a scholar do that. So it's pretty not super common. So sexy. You know what's... okay, hold on. I need to go see if I can see a screenshot. Because, like, isn't... Like, hasn't CUD had the new UI for a really long time? Yeah, I mean, it's still this UI, right? Still this UI, right? Oh, right, yeah, some of the other screens. Yeah, the thing is, and the problem that I have with CUD's UI, I like the original one more. I'm like that person who, like, complains about Dwarf Fortress not being all hotkeys anymore. I liked the original CUD UI, which everybody hated, which wasn't mouse friendly, which wasn't touchscreen friendly, which wasn't controller friendly, which wasn't like friendly for Steam Deck, which wasn't friendly for like any other form of control, but it was perfect for my shitty eyes. And because everything was huge text and everything was in a separate screen, and you had to just it was super like clunky and inconvenient, but it was how I learned to play the game. And so whenever I play CUD now, I actually find it kind of exhausting because I'm just like sad that I don't have this UI that I really, really liked in it anymore. Yeah. So it's getting a third UI, is what you're saying? Because CUD had a UI, and then they remade all of it, and never remade some of the screens. Like the skill tree never got remade, the quest screen never got remade, the journal never got remade, the books never got redone. Well, not never got redone, but like we're still a work in progress. Yeah, and like the equipment UI never got updated. Like parts of it were still the old UI. Those are the parts of the UI I liked more. So, yeah, I don't know. What is CUD? Caves of QUD. It is a open world procedural roguelike that's sort of like Alice in Wonderland's Dunes Adventure Time. It is a like grimdark post-apocalypse mess of text mutants and weird cyborgs. But it is a game that is frustratingly, annoyingly difficult to stream because I like playing through the main campaign, and it's one of those games that like 2/3 of my audience just won't tune in for because they're like, I don't want spoilers. I'm like, okay, I don't want to play it either then. Fine then. But no, it's a great video game. Has handy nukes. Nuclear bombs. You can carry in your hand and throw at somebody. Put a timer on it and throw it and pray. Literally. So does real life. What's your point, Salvadaddy? No, totally. See, here's the thing. I disagree. I think it is 1,000% less clear. Like, everything about the remade CUD UI is harder to use for me. And for a while there, because they're leaving the old UI in, right? Like, you can still play CUD with the old UI. But it's like the DF hack problem that I have already, times 50. If I stream CUD and I'm not using the new UI, every 10 seconds, you know there's new UI, right? It's so much better. You know there's new UI, right? It's so much better. Hey, have you tried the new UI? Hey, it's so much better. Congratulations, you make me not want to play this game. It's like I put a timer on a nuclear bomb dimwit and then threw it into the church as a donation and was very disappointed when it didn't blow up. I did get a lot of reputation with the church though for that, which I thought was kind of funny. Good evening, Tom, over in the YouTube chat. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, the streamer perspective is like a weird one. Basically, like the only way I can stream CUD is only doing procedural quests, which are pretty boring, and completely ignoring the main quest line, playing it as a pure combat game, and just trying to be an overpowered character, which is fun a certain number of times, but at a point, I want to start going into the dungeons and no just like walking down. Oh boy. Walking down through the underground areas doesn't satisfy that need for me at all. So because of that, I can't play it or I can't stream it really, because the second I get past basically Red Rock, half of chat leaves because people are really bad at Caves of Cud. Like, it is a game that people are really bad at. And it's also a game that I am pretty bad at. So in order for me to get super far in, I have to play on roleplay, which is the, like, you can save mode until, like, I remember how to get through the dungeons. And then I can usually get, like, 2/3 of the way through the game without having roleplay on. But nobody watches because, like, there's a lot of reading in that game. There's a lot of writing in that game. So, your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital. With continued fortune, the legend of a true mountain home, yea, yet be written. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. So we need to open the door. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Hope. Chad, what do you think? Do you think do you think the king's gonna make it into the fort, or do you think the king's gonna die on the way into the fort? I think it's like a 50-50 chance. Need this bridge open. Okay. King. Aiden. King Aiden. Who's already in conflict. Well, that's a good sign. Thycut the glassmaker's been found dead. Oh, well. It's unfortunate. Did you bring your wife? Oh, look at this. Apparently Diamond Destruct is the second eldest son of the king. And the eldest son of the king is a mace dwarf. And the outpost liaison's his mum. Well then. All right, Dwarves is running inside real quick, sees? What are you doing? Oh, wow, never mind. This is actually just quite a large migrant wave. Okay. Oh, bolts flying. There is a agitated giant lorikeet in the middle of the fighting. My recruits are punching it. The king actually kicked him. Shoutouts to the king. We also have a bunch of barons running in. Because you always just get a pile of barons upon getting stuff like this. And also, where are all these? Well, okay. I'm going to send this squad back over here. And I'm also going to just go here and just be like, thunk, do this. Because I would like to get these refilled if possible. I'd also like to get those refilled if possible, but I'm not gonna lose too much sleep if it's not possible. And there's a dog bleeding. What's biting you? Agitated giant lorikeet, which is where exactly? Where exactly is the king? King, 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 kingy, kingy, king. Just in the fight. Okay, in the fray. Has 2 lovers and 6 children, by the way. King has made it through. Giant lorikeet is dead. Dog is in a bad way. Rest in peace, pupper. And there's a stonecrafter cleaning the bridge. Well, this could be a lot worse. We've got tons of dwarves all running outside. These are all barons. Great. Awesome. Welcome home. It's good to have you, lads. I think. I mean, yeah, this fortress is very mint flavored. Fly cut the glassmaker was found dead. Can I just, like, cave this in on you? Okay. Get these squads back inside. Where are you headed? Where are you headed? FiCod. If FiCod asked you to do one thing, it would be apparently go clean that. It's not what I was expecting. Is this in the burrow? No, it is not. Well, okay. Can I get this body inside? Yes, we can. Oh boy. Well, are you... Okay, you're gonna go pick up equipment. So a lot of puke. Don't worry about it. Totally normal. Greetings from the woodlands. We have much to discuss. 10 trees. Okay. Sounds Gucci. Sand is in fact infinite, yes. It's also coarse and it gets everywhere. How you doing, by the way, Brosifer? It's good to see you, mate. All right, let's try and get these dwarves inside. Okay, you guys are coming in. You guys are coming in. You're going out. Taking a break from back-to-back meetings. Boy. Yeah, that seems wise. Well, this dwarf is carrying the giant good boy into the cage, and I need to go read a thing. Iced tea from Antarctica glaciers, unsweetened gluten-free whiskey. When farms burn alcohol to fuel rampaging fires, darling buds wither when it becomes really scorchingly cold in the shower when leaving Stone's domain. Interestingly, phoenix feathers are not flaming from plucking rapidly at McDonald's parking lots. Loitering under the adamantine spires caused great pleasures. Citizens aspire for bundles of garbage, fuchsias that taste like roses. How many roads paved before Rome is eternal in... All caught up? Thank you. Happy to participate. Okay, what do we have? An opportunity to slam the door is what we have. You're a baron, some glassmaker, baron. Please don't get squished. There we go. All right, well, I'm going to go grab my sandwich, I think, because I'm hungry. Oh, it smells in there. That's unfortunate. I'm hungry, chat, so I'm going to go get my lunch. I'm gonna let you guys follow Kokoroko. And I will be right back. Twitch chat, please babble amongst yourselves and keep each other entertained. And YouTube chat, don't go anywhere unless you really want to. I will be back in a few moments with a sandwich.
Cheese for everyone!
Bark, 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 bark.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
NANI? HeroQuest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
a sword!
Nuclear vessels.
It's a unit system. I know this.
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking sing. Hell yeah. Woo! You fucking donkey!
Primeval's up, you fuck.
Over here, he has a sword!
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
No! No!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cheese for everyone!
Wow, I just smacked my monitor with my elbow, and now my funny bone hurts.
Sandwich!
Sandwich! Yes. I've returned this sandwich! Hello, everybody. I mean, I've been streaming for 4 hours, so yeah, it's eating time. For me, the eating is also apparently we're in an ad break.
How he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
It's a really weird looking nut if that's the case. Devilish. Food for today, because people always ask. Homegrown lettuce. Homegrown radish leaves, lightly sauteed. Onions, not homegrown, also lightly sauteed. Red pepper hummus, which I bought on sale. And cheese. See how it does. Pretty good. Definitely in it, yes. Well, I did, so what are you going to do about it? Devilish? Or not devilish, old man. Rosifer, welcome back for a 9th month. Is homegrown lettuce good? I mean, you've already answered your question. Bastet, have you had chickpeas? Because hummus is chickpeas, basically. It's like mashed chickpeas. I mean, do you want me to go take a photo of my lettuce plants that I planted on a whim that I wasn't expecting to do well? Never had chickpeas? Let's see, chat. This is why we have a food problem, is because most people don't eat foods that are actually good for you. I'm going to go take a picture of my lettuce plants to humble brag, and then, well, side effect. The biggest problem with lettuce, I think, is the stuff that you can get at the grocery store that's cheap. It's never going to be the nicest kind of lettuce. Like, there is spicy lettuce, there is bitter lettuce, there's sweet lettuce, there's all kinds of different lettuce. My favorite types of lettuce to grow are red salad bowl and butter crunch and romaine. I actually have a freckled romaine, which is wonderful. And there we go. It should be on the Discord now. Did they invent tasty lettuce yet? You know, some people are trained from childhood that green things are gross. I don't understand how you're not all dead, because green things are delicious and lettuce is delicious. It's not my fault you have bad taste. This is my butter crunch. Except that's a red leaf lettuce, although it hasn't gotten very big just yet. This one actually self-seeded, which I thought was kind of funny. These ones were sitting in my closet for a while. No, I disagree. Swiss chard is better. This is Swiss chard down here. Better than spinach. Spinach sucks. Pain in the ass to grow. You don't get much, even if you grow bigger spinach varieties. Swiss chard, on the other hand, very similar flavor profile. If you go for small, if you go for smaller baby ones on the chard, spinach is great. It's just a pain in the ass to grow. Spinach is very picky about the amount of light it needs. Has this habit of bolting very quickly. This is also a butter crunch lettuce variety. And then those are my peas. I just wanted to show you guys my peas. You guys see my peas? These are my pea plants. They haven't actually started producing yet, but they had some flowers on them yesterday, and the flowers are all gone. So that means I will get I will be getting peas in, like, I don't know, next day or so. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think that food quality and accessibility in grocery stores is awful in North America. Even worse in the US. Not so bad in Canada, but it's pretty bad in some places in Canada, or can be pretty bad in some places in Canada. And at the end of the day, if all you've ever had is awful food, of course you're going to think something is awful. Am I growing dill? Not currently, but I do have some seeded. So I'll have dill in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And parsley, I have 8 parsley plants in my closet right now. Why is there a Marshall Trance? Oh boy. All right, well, let's follow this. Where is the devilish? Where's that potato? Oh, there he is. There's the potato. Your local grocery store's produce is trash. You used to drive to the rich section. You have to drive to the rich section of town. Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest problem with grocery stores, right? Is just like the ones that are affordable for most people are terrible. Bars, metal, cloth thread. Okay, let's just turn this off. Rough gems, which I do have. Metal bars, cloth thread, bars, metal. Raw green. Ah, that's probably what I need. Pretty sure I don't have any raw green glass. I've got raw clear glass. Yeah, I don't have raw green glass right now. All right, well, that explains it. Get to it, Dwarf. Thought I could do something, but I guess not. I'm still in the exact same apartment. Let me show you something. And truck. There's the living area in the apartment, and that's a pile of records. The difference is I am where the bedroom used to be because it's easier to measure, and believe it or not, it's really nice to have a space that's an office and also a space that's like a living room, because for years I basically had a living room that was also an office. So I was just always in my office. And And now I actually have like a living room with a bed in it. So I have like a me space as well as a like, you know, normal office space. All right, let's make let's do green glass. Well, let's do clear glass. Case. We'll do that. We'll make 20 of them. You can hear your neighbors having an argument? That sounds very unpleasant. So some Baron just died because Dastot, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baron of Maze Gems. That one of my dwarves? Ah, yes it is. Lovely. Awesome. Sweet. That's great. It's great. It's excellent. Awesome. Sweet. Down here, in the middle of this, I'm going to make another dining hall. This is going to be a library, and I'm committing to that. Even though it would probably actually be smarter to make this into a tavern now that we have the ruler here, but I kind of want to put the tavern up top. This is going to be a library. A sanctuary of greats. Is that what that said? For those of you who don't know, Antronarch used to have a different username and used to watch this channel, like, I don't know, how long have you been following me, Jesus? Since 2016? Yeah, it's been a bit. Plotting to take the dog, what, for a walk? Give me a glass furnace. Have you actually grabbed any items yet? Nope. Probably just waiting on that raw green glass. Let's just queue that up, pump that up. And then let's see if you move. There we go, that's one. Zip off to up here. Grab rough gold opals. Peasant's been found dead. Well then. This is gonna go just fine. I don't know what could possibly go wrong here. All of this is gonna go just fine. I assure you, everything here is going to go just fine. All right, so now we have, at the very least, a mostly functional library, albeit a little sparsely populated, but it's functional. So now I'm gonna go up to here. What do you think, chat? This level, like the trading level, or one level above the trading level? What do you think would be better for a tavern? Because this is the trading level. This is one level above the trading level. What do you think looks better? One above? Okay. I can't actually get to it right there. And I'm going to do, let's say, clear glass. Stairs right there. And I'm gonna go clear glass right there. And so what I think we'll do is we'll go all the way around the top of this, up here, and then back, and we'll put windows around a chunk of it. A place downtown. Sounds pretty cool. Also need to add this into the borough. There we go. Well, they got the stairs done, at the very least. And then also what I think I'm going to do is we're going to put more food supply up here. Except this area up here is going to purely be for finished goods, or not finished goods, but for like drinks and meals that are prepared. It's prepared meals and drinks. That's it. Of which we have a ton of both of those things. Here we can just do, let's say clear glass throne and clear glass table. And we're gonna just do 25 of each. Thanks for watching, Fraga. Even though I get very perplexed by your comments sometimes. I have no idea how that went from clear glass to green glass. Did I really make that top one into glass? Huh. Guess I did. And also, I should just state, Selena, thank you very much for your kind words if you're still listening. Because I read your notification from the resub a little bit late because alerts are being weird today. I need to go, like, check them again because I think I've screwed half of them up. Because apparently completely disabling all of my alerts and then re-enabling them for a charity event broke my alerts. So... a devilish potato the glassmaker has created Velnucam, a green glass barrel, and offers it to the hot sparks. Just gonna jump over here. It's a pretty neat little idea, a little item. I have a crystal fortress. Here's the thing, though. He used clear glass. Not green glass. If you're talking about arch crystal. He used clear glass, not green glass. But clear glass is significantly more cumbersome than green glass. That's why there's not as much of it. This is a green glass barrel. Our craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon cut green gold opals, studded with sterling silver, decorated with marquee cut green glass gems, and giant lorikeet leather. This object, of course, menaces with spikes of gold opal. On the item is an image of a rabbit in gold opal. On the item is an image of Alath, Tombsworker, the dog in pigtail. Alath, Tombsworker, is falling. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the dog Alath in FireOrb in the early autumn of 318. On the item is an image of a spore tree in brass. Well, that's sad. Can they see things through windows? Yes, but the line of sight is very short. Like, if you're asking because criminals, it's not... Like, they don't see a ton through windows. They're pretty opaque, basically. The Art of Dying Dog. Certainly a Dwarven classic. Do I have windows? I do. Some of them even have gems in them. You're more asking about happy thoughts. It's very difficult to get happy thoughts from artifacts that are on pedestals. They quite literally need to stand directly on top of them, if that's what the question is. Yeah, it's sort of like if you make a mist generator, they need to stand directly on top of the mist created by the mist generator to get the happy thought from the mist generator. It's very similar to, that's very similar to how like pedestals work, where they have to be directly on top of it, essentially, in order to get the happy thought out of it. There's a Marks Dwarf fighting with a giant wren. Why are you outside? Okay, well, let's turn this back on. Open the front door. Jump to you. Send the military up here. Leon Key, thank you very much for the second month. I think my text-to-speech isn't working. God damn it. Yay, fun indeed. Yes, much fun. Well, I'm sure they'll get it done. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Some of the dwarves immediately start puking. Peasant has been found. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Where this agitated giant ran at? Everything's broken? Totally, yes. Very much so. I mean, you know, this is what I get for doing a charity stream, right? Is you do a charity stream, and then the, like, next day, every single alert is broken. There it goes. Sweet. Took that out pretty quick. All right, let's get you back inside, dwarfs. You sleeping? What are you doing there, Moses? I think I just made them all drop their gear outside. Well, is what it is. Okay, no, not all of them, just some of them. Where are you going? Oh, you're just some silly baron. Got it, got it, got it. Okay, I'm going to work under the assumption that everybody except for that body obviously is inside. We're gonna pull the lever. But, you know, 3 days of technical difficulties, I think, is worth the fact that we raised a lot of money for charity. So, I can live with some technical difficulties for a couple days. And there's undead on the map, which is Humst. Vubak. How do you spell that? It's always a name that I stumble on. V-A. It's V-A. I always think it's V-O. V-A. Which, okay, so they haven't seen it yet. U-D. This dwarf. Afternoon, Pat. What did they do for you this time, Zachman? Or is that sarcasm? I can't tell. I especially love it when they bring me large animals for trading. One, because they're delicious. And two, because, well, they're large animals. And they're kind of hard to get sometimes. think they may have like sneakily changed the slabs so that the engraved ones are at the top. I might be wrong, but it certainly seems that way. What was some of the highlights for me on the charity fort? Go to my YouTube channel and watch not the Future of the Fortress video, but the video I uploaded before that this morning. That was the highlight for me. It's getting to see all of Fogg's animations. And, you know, raising a bunch of money for charity. Generally just kind of a feel-good moment that. How did I... That was... Okay. Thought I deleted that, but I guess I didn't. Quill actually dropped out, unfortunately, because he has laryngitis, which I will never hold against anybody, because that shit sucks. And when you're trying to, when your job is literally speaking, yeah, unfortunately, Quill had to drop out. What are we what the fucking about, Alvin? The weird wall? That's just, I used a use nearest materials. I thought I deleted it, but I got distracted by the giant wren that was attacking. Apparently I don't even have 3 cut gems. Kind of makes sense, actually. Yeah, and then the closest materials was everything that was sitting in the stockpile, which is just a bunch of metal bars. I don't actually have a metal bar stockpile right now. Just because there's so few of them. Okay. That's done. I got 6 obsidian tables and 8 thrones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that I can make this into a tavern. I'm actually just going to go down to this guild hall. This one over here. Check some of these. Check those extra 2 thrones in there because I know for a fact I've got tables that are not currently being used. And then I can go all the way up to here and make this into a tavern. And I'm sure that this place will be very popular. This is the brass bread. That doesn't sound very edible, but we'll roll with it. Welcome to the brass bed. Bread. The brass bread. Yeah, that sounds worse the more I say it. But, you know, we now have a tavern. So for the first time in this fortress's history, there is a tavern. Which is kind of funny. I think this might be the longest period of time I've ever gone into a fortress without making a tavern. Or like, it's up there. How old is this fort? About 10 years. Pretty sure we're close to 10 years. I think we started, I need to check when the actual start date was, but I'm pretty sure we started around the year 310. So chat, something else I want to run by you guys, because I want to try this game out. You guys have heard of Typing of the Dead, right? Right? Like, everybody's heard of that video game, right? Or had the opportunity to play it. What are you telling a story about? Okay, well, just because some of you are all uncultured children who never played good video games doesn't mean, like, the rest of us need to be withheld from good video games. Saw Dwarf tell the story of the formation of the Hull of Barricading in FireOrb in the early winter of 311 in the brass bread. And it's interesting. Anyway, yes, I'm very rude. I know, right? Just giving him a hard time. Anyway, so what if Typing of the Dead, but it was a first-person dungeon crawler? It's an older game. It's okay. I do not converse with children, Salvadaddy. So hide your childish babiness underneath your chair and let's not worry about it. Anyway, aside from that thing having a beautiful face, this game, it's literally like you get letters and then you have to type to fight and like buy items and solve puzzles by typing in words based on the letters that are on the screen. This seems like a lot of fun. So I bought this. We're gonna try that. You and your 80 words per minute really like that game? Yeah, I need to try that. Oh, hey, they found that ghost. Cool. So that we're either gonna try that tonight or tomorrow. Because I've heard very good things. Once again, I don't need to hear about you and your lack of video game knowledge. Lack of video game knowledge person. Bah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to me, it was impossible to grow up on planet Earth and not know about Typing of the Dead. Because that game was just everywhere when it came out. And also, like, in every single arcade I've ever been to, I'm pretty sure. Although they had House of the Dead. But Typing of the Dead is essentially House of the Dead. But it's a light gun shooter, but, you know, with a keyboard. You know what it is, chat? It's the world's most realistic keyboard warrior simulator. It's maybe up there with, like, using, like, a keyboard and a mouse as a whip and a keyboard. You've ever only played Moonstone on the Amiga. I've never even seen an Amiga in person. I've also never seen a Commodore 64 that works. I've only seen one once, and it was literally in a ditch underneath about 3 feet of water. So, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but it's the truth. I definitely didn't state verbally that I would like to try that game either tonight or tomorrow within the last 90 seconds. I definitely didn't state that. So I think your question's been answered, Salva. You'd pay to be in that ditch? Not that one. Most of its pieces were missing, including the monitor. So trust me, there is like a point where things are probably not savable, and I think that was beyond that point. Okay, well, we need to start making our kingy happy. Sorry, you're multitasking right now. How dare you multitask? It's fine. You are permitted to multitask in my presence, Sen. In this situation. Very unique situation, but you are permitted to multitask. I'll allow it this one time. Never again, though. If you ever multitask again in my presence, I might have to tell your boss that you're working too hard. Or, I don't know. What was this about threats or a sign of weakness? Throne room, dining hall, boom. Bedroom. Watching Dwarf Fortress while playing Dwarf Fortress, and also probably listening to music and coming from Dwarf Fortress, while also breathing, thinking, and feeling. That's multitasking. Yes, I counted. That is true, yeah. I used to have a really bad time with that while trying to play League of Legends while also watching League of Legends. is like whenever I would hear like first blood, I would have a panic attack and then realize it was coming from the stream. It's a very modern era problem. Also, chat room, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, by the way. You know, it's nice that I can have an audience of people that we can rib back and forth and people don't get mad at me all the time for it, just some of it. It's actually kind of amazing to me how often people think I'm being dead serious when I'm just like ribbing. I don't know. I blame my grandma. I'm too Irish. I just kind of assume that a lot of people can take a little bit of, you know, friendly banter when a lot of people kind of can't. Is that like, oh lad, he coming? Devilish? Something like that? Okay, got it. It's about to be a lot of dwarves running up this way to go do gerb. Why is there a starving cavey in the fort? Let the cavey in. But the only question is like, chat, do you guys want to see that new game today? And the only reason I ask is I'm not planning on streaming as long today because I have to go over to my parents' house tonight. Because I do some work for my parents and I missed out on a lot of it because I was, well, it was Monday, so I was just hanging out with my mom on Sunday instead of doing the stuff I normally do for them. But on tomorrow, I have reason to believe that there will be an adventure mode patch. So I think it's 1:40. Let's play another hour of Dwarfs and get these nobles sorted. And then go play some typing of the Dungeon Crawler. Dungeon Crawler of the Dead. Something like that. I don't know what we're AOing over, but okay. You're also busy all day tomorrow? Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, that means you're going to miss Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode patch day. I have reason to believe that the trading menus may or may not be releasing tomorrow because features for Adventure Mode seem to go into the testing branch the day before. And according to this here handy-dandy funky website, there was a hidden testing branch patch yesterday. So isn't not Path of Acra, that did release out of early access. Isn't Oddrealm releasing out of early access this month? Like, I'm pretty sure it's actually like leaving early access. And if it is, I need to play that for like 2-3 days. But Manor Lords, I think Manor Lords, I'm going to give that like another big patch or two. Like, I want some new content. Like, I'm sure he's like balancing and doing all kinds of, you know, heroic efforts of making that game better than it already is. Like, I'm sure he's doing all kinds of stuff like that. But for me, like, I kind of want, that's a game that I will wait for big content updates for. Because I played about, I was like 20-something hours of that initial release. Is it a beta release for? Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. I really, really, really hope Oddrealm does well on release. Because that's a game that I've been worried that the developer's going to run out of money for it for a while. Like, I spoke with him. I know that he, like, worked in, like, he did well for himself working in tech in a successful startup and, like, did quite a bit and has quite a bit of savings. But Nobody's savings are unlimited, and I know that game makes, like, no money, so. But having spoke with him over a beer once, his statement on the thing is he doesn't care if it makes money. It just means he'll need to get a job eventually if it never makes money, and if it never makes money, he'll just have to, you know, slow down development on it at some point. So, which I think would be a shame, because I think that game's really cool. You're excited to see the new stuff? Yeah, no, I mean, like, you know, people talk about Dwarf Fortress's development being slow. I gotta be honest with you. Odd Realm is almost my limit for slow games development. But, like, you know, when new patches do come out, it's always really nice to see. For those of you who don't know what Odd Realm is, it's sort of like, imagine Dwarf Fortress, but with more Terraria-like progression and cute pixel art. And it's like 15 bucks, 13 bucks, 12 bucks. Yeah, it's this thing. Very cute looking, but very similar camera angle to Dwarf Fort, very similar building to Dwarf Fort, but almost more complicated in some ways. The music's pretty great too, although there was never enough of it. But, yeah. Oh! Oh my. Well, that's exciting. There's a vampire in the fort, chat. All right, well, I'm not going to say I suspect my king, but... Nope, he's been euphoric due to inebriation. Fun. Well, I guess that also means we need a captain of the guard then. Well, a captain of the guard with an office, because I do have a captain of the guard. They don't have an office. So this is going to just immediately become the captain of the guard's office. I have no chairs or tables. Let's do green, glass, throne, and green, glass, table. 10 of each. Apparently, I'm out of clear glass. All right. I know why. It's because I'm out of I'm out of ash because we're out of wood. All right. Well, in that case, well, you need one bag of sand to make one glass item. So usually I just try to have, like, I don't know. I usually just queue up like 50 bags, and that's generally enough. Okay, are you getting put in a tomb? Let's just go find an empty tomb. Med tub. Okay, so he does have a burial chamber. Well, that's exciting. Yeah, I don't think there's just like a strict number of like this is the number of bags you need to have in circulation. But I just try and have more. More than I think I would need, usually. Oh, it's also because we're making ash. Because I was making potash. I should probably just get rid of that. Need to get rid of the potash from ash. That's what I need to do. We do still need the make ash job. Problem is... I need logs. Giant fly soap. That is disgusting. Like, I do not care how high quality that soap is. That is really gross. Genuinely, that is one of the grossest concepts I've ever seen. Giant fly soap. You know, I'm totally fine with eating cockroaches and other insects as a form of, as a form of protein. But, like, I'm not okay with that. You know, I don't know if I'm quite ready to Google how much fat does a fly have. How much fat does a fly have? So a housefly. Okay. Chat, I have a question. Does it make you happy or upset to know that the nutrition facts of a housefly are listed on Google? How does that make you? Does that make you upset or happy? Anyway, apparently, a housefly has 1.9 milligrams of fat, approximately. It's not much fat. Turns out I should have Googled housefly nutrition facts is what I should have done. So, you know. Okay, also I've got a glassmaker punching a glassmaker. Ooh, tavern brawl maybe? Wow. There is so many dwarves in this tavern. Oh, guess what? It's party time, chat. This means it's time for all of you to do the bestest party of, I don't know, the week. Ezekiel, thank you very much for the 38th month. My text speech isn't working, I'm sorry. I think and a wedding. Wow, what a So this is kind of wild. I don't see any text-to-speech on resubs. It's like they have it on bits. They break that? Like, does that apply to all alerts. Yes. Well, let me try this. Let me try renewing. Whoa! Why is it so big? I don't know why it's not working.
Confucius 242 just resubbed for 14 months.
Yay! The question is now, why is it reading the name and... Grr. Thank you very much for the 14th month, Confucius. Appreciate you. Did you change your username? I don't recognize that one. What, Anyway, a migrant has arrived despite the danger. Mostly lurk. Well, enjoy the lurks, dude. And thank you much for keeping that subscription alive. Random Baroness of Bolt Circle. Argamemnon and Ryder have gotten married. Congratulations. And Atir the Glassmaker's been found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. The Baron of Lanstroof is trying to get inside. Some more Baron. Apparently a human hammerman. Keeper of the Seal. A Countess. You guys are gonna have to run. Just a random siege operator. Didn't want to open the door, oh boy. Well, it's at that moment he realized that he fucked up. So anyway, here come the Dwarfs, and by that I mean they just ran past, directly past them. That very apt, actually. Very apt. There's, a giant wren probably about to go flapping into the tavern. Well, this is fine. This is all fine. There's nothing bad happening. It's all good. Every bit of this. Where'd it go? I don't even. Down into the fort, maybe? Would have gotten caught in one of these. All of this because we had one might. Well, I guess they killed that agitated giant wren. And you're seriously injured. Well, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have to get you inside. Or at least try. Let's also try and get you inside. And do the best we can with what we got. Let's see if we can rescue this dwarf. As those two just go running past him. It is true. I did want to test some reset thingy because my notifications are kind of busted. Because I reset a bunch of them, and the service that I use for my notifications apparently largely completely changed how their notification setup works. So when I went and reset it all for a charity event, I've now had to unreset it all and reset them up again because, well, all of those features no longer exist. Are you using metal? Dwarf, we're going to have a talk about your pants. But, you know what, for right now, I'll let this one slide. This is the captain of the guard, after all. Tossing these socks. Did you lose a nose and an ear? Oh, that's upsetting. Store an item in location. Why do you completely ignore all of my rules? Not in the squad. The burrow's on. Yep. Both are. Because I do a trick, which is I set it so that only half of the smelters actually are making blocks, and the rest of the smelters are just collecting glass. And then I make 150 or so bags. Human Keeper of the Seal says there's much to discuss. I say thank you. So that's what I do, is I just tell it to do its thing. Let them collect sand for a bit until they start to run out of empty bags. And then I set it so that only half of the shops can make blocks. And then, whoop-a-daisy, couple minutes later, 550,241,346 that fucking green glass box. It's a great time. And some peasant was found dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways. Alright, dwarves, we getting back inside yet? Sean, you're disturbing me. According to all sources that I've pestered and asked nicely, it'll be the trading and bartering screen. Or bartering screen specifically, which I think includes both giving your friendly companions items and also trading at shops. Which isn't the first menu I would have made, but if it's a menu that needs to be done, it's a menu that needs to be done. You really like the look? Pro tip, maybe find one that actually has metal on it. Because this one doesn't. That's kind of a lot. Let's just go down here, because there's bird there. Where are you going? Stationing? Okay, that's fine. All right, we are going to take a scan. I don't see no dwarf. You're not one of mine. That's the button I wanted. And we wait for the lever to be pulled and the door to be shut. Well, sorry, General Dwarf friend, but all closed up. Man! Never mind. I just have a bunch of dwarves outside. Okay, fine. We'll open the door up, although the general might cease to exist in a moment. Probably will cease to exist in a moment. Okay. And also the Baron of oh wow, he stepped backwards. Very wise. He saw it coming. It's very rare to see a dwarf that intelligent. Okay, can we get this? Get it shut? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Just leave then. Fine. I didn't want you here either. Ah, man. Sean enjoys bacon. God, Sean! Causing me some headache here. A lot of my dwarves are legendary observation because they all had to stand and fight against a giant bird for a while. Okay, get inside, Sean. There we go. Now I can pull this lever. Okay, Cat, if you want to leave, that's fine. Is it worth investing in an airlock system? How exactly would that change the situation or make it any easier? Because it wouldn't. Oh, is that why he stepped back? I don't think so. Also, I'm pretty sure that dude's not Legendary Observer. Wow. Uphold tradition. Dumb question. What the hell is uphold tradition and how do I satisfy that? Over the top of the volcano. Yeah. Metal weapons. Shush now. I've literally never seen a dwarf that wants to uphold tradition. I feel like that would be praying, but I mean, there's lots of things in Dwarf Fortress that aren't totally clear. Turns out. All right, well, we've got a bunch of random things that we can butcher. And then I was going to put the lorikeets over here. Well, that's concerning. That explains why there's livestock running around everywhere. Is because there's bird in here. It's admittedly a very injured bird, but still it's bird. Come on, dwarves, beat the crap out of bird. Come on. Let's deal with bird. It's okay, they'll get it. They'll get it eventually. Any emperor or deliver dwarven justice. Huh. What was the name of that dwarf? Could someone like skip back in the VOD by a minute and check the name of that dwarf? 'Cause if they want to deliver dwarven justice, then they should be captain of the guard. Oh, that's the trained one. It's like trying to kill it. All right. But yeah, I guess it means that they want to be captain of the guard. That's what I would assume that would mean. Also, I'm in an ad break, but I'm just assigning offices, so deal. This is going to be the king's throne room. This is going to be the king's bedroom. Has quarters. It's apparently attending a meeting right now. Throne room isn't nice enough yet, but makes sense. Bedroom is right there. Bumwreck, you're a weird peasant. Oh, you're a legendary thrower? Wow. Not even in a squad. Oh. I think we found our vampire chat. Because they hadn't claimed a bedroom. And they saw Aerith blockade guilds die. They're also a legendary thrower. No, they don't claim bedrooms. Because they don't sleep. So, that dwarf that wants to uphold tradition. Elfie Bean is telling me that it was Cog was the name of this dwarf. Metal towers. You then? Nope, that's Booksies. Be you then? Yeah, this one. Wants to raise a family. Does mind wearing I wonder how you feel about the law. Just values the law. Okay, well. Let's try swapping that. Actually, I'm gonna make my life easier for a second here. For the dwarf that's a wall of exclamation points. All right. I go pick up equipment. Except I don't actually want you to be in this squad. More specifically, I don't really want this squad to exist. So I'm going to make a new melee combat squad guess. Based on people who are shield users and armor users. You know what? Sure, let's put Ulfsire in there. Give you an opportunity. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you know how to spot vampires and you're actively looking for them, they're generally pretty not that hard to spot. This dwarf doesn't... Okay, actually this... Ugh. Sorry, just random lorikeets. Random giant wren. Wait a second. Did you just interrogate? I guess you did. Subject spurred harmony and refused to listen despite... Okay. Subject was like, believe in harmony! It's okay, I can interrogate him again. All right, Cappy, you now have this. And I need some prison cells. Well, that the boot. We make this into the prison. This wasn't what I was going to make into the prison, but it's kind of fitting. Jail time. Okay, we're gonna go right here. Boom, done. Crappy prison. Doesn't have enough chains, but I mean, hey, it's better than nothing. I also have fucking way too many characters I need to satisfy. Actually. Yeah, I do. King is getting a artifact bed. It's going to here and unforbid all these floors that got forbidden. Oops. Oh. Right as I hit a button, game decided to save. Hangband and Moria dork. It's okay. My OCD reminds me to not care about your OCD. Speaking of OCD, Jess, thank you very much for the raid. Sup? How's things? All of my alerts are broken. Not quite all of them. Apparently, the icing on the cake is all of the tech issues I had yesterday resulted in literally all of my alerts being set to default. So, yeah. I mean, I do that as like a continuing
resub for 48
response.
months. Wait a second. I was trying to announce this. Not a watch streak.
Really? You got both of them at the same time? Thanks for the 48th month. Appreciate you. Means a lot. I hope things were good today. I hope stream was good. I hope it was a fun, good time. I hope you had a great time. I hope Chad had a great time. Chad, how was Jess's stream? Was it fun? Did you have a good time, Chad? I hope so. If you guys don't know who I am, I'm Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fortress. And yeah, that's about it. I stream too much Dwarf Fort, and yeah, that's it. And my king over here is getting an artifact bed. There it is. It's very fancy. Internet being disagreeable? No, that's rude of it. You should tell it to be less disagreeable and get along with friends better. Peasant has been found dead, reason drowned. I don't even know how that happened. I mean, I have a few suspicions, but it's not my fault. It's not my, it's probably, I mean, it might be my fault. I'm gonna assume it's not my fault for the sake of nothing in particular. But I'm going to assume that it's not my fault. Yeah, I hope your internet quits misbehaving sooner this year than it did last year. Yes. And the reason I was babbling about OCD is because YouTube chat is complaining that there's boulders everywhere. Oh no! How dare! I literally have a quantum stockpile right there with 3 wheelbarrows attached. So they're working on it. They'll go away eventually. There's just a lot of them. And I don't need half of my fortress to be, like, hauling containers to do that. It's just a waste of jobs. Waste of Dwarf powder. At a point. Don't know what these are and why they're taking so long, so I will do this. King gets obsidian coffin. And this becomes a 2. Randomly gets assigned to some rando. That's not what I need. This is my king's tomb. Not some rando's tomb. There you go. King is not happy with his tomb, nor is he happy with dining room. Well, there's... What do you even want? You want shields? It's tricky. Just noting all the information in case you got to take it to the ISP. Yeah, I mean, based on what you were saying, it sounds like it's probably the same problem too. Chat room, can you do me a huge favor? Jess resubscribed for 48 months, and only Brosifer posted a beer. I'm gonna need like another 40. 8. Or 7, at least. Just saying. Okay, well, let's get rid of this. And this. Because I should... Bambool the peasant has been found dead. Bambool the peasant was God knows where, and died to a large bird. This is fine. It is. The fortress idiot. Please give me more definition than the fortress idiot, because the fortress idiot is a pretty wide statement that could mean a very wide number of things. So if you could give me a slightly more descriptive version of the fortress idiot, I could work from there. You just want a cranky dwarf? Do you just want a dwarf who happens to be a child? Do you want a peasant? Do you want to be that vampire? Do you want some random noble that I haven't made happy yet? What would you like? How is there always soldiers outside? I don't know, chat. There's always soldiers outside. We'll just leave the burrow on and open the door. You want to be the vampire? Okay. Induridius is wield bust. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has a sense of duty, though he finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He often feels discouraged, could be considered rude, is very humble, is comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, has a greedy streak, of course, and lives a fast-paced life. He can handle stress, and he is a friendly individual. He finds he needs alcohol to get through the working day, is starting to work slowly due to its scarcity, and is getting used to tragedy. He hasn't killed anybody. Smiley face. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally treasures independence and values loyalty. He likes rock salt and silver and red tourmaline in the color aqua, sheep for their tendency to flock, and leopard geckos for their coloration, and the sight of the golden treasure. And when possible, prefers to consume beetroot wine and purple amaranth flower and persimmons, and absolutely hates purring maggots. He's currently praying to the Veiled Puzzle. He's a former member of a bunch of religions, including the Cinnamon Creed, which is a flavor of creed I've never heard of before. Was a militia commander of the Palace of Tubes previously, and was a member of the Palace of Tubes previously, was also the bookkeeper for the Palace of Tubes previously, and is now a member of the Steel Mirrors and the Hot Sparks. Also used to be a member of the Cryptic Beaches. He is a dabbling persuader, intimidator, and blah, blah, blah. He's a legendary thrower, which is one of my favorite things about this person, and knows a poem called Domination and the Onion. It's probably an Onion original poem. Okay, so let's try and throw you into prison. Legendary throw this. Okay, that isn't the borough. Oh, and also we're chaining people. I assume... yep. It begins. The violations of the production orders. Well, I guess I'm gonna need more than one prison cell. In fact, I think we're gonna make this into a secondary prison lair. I need to check something. I may have a slight suspicion as to why my glass isn't currently working. Well, nope, it's not that. They're definitely collecting sand still. Well, I guess they're just being slow about it. I think I'm going to do obsidian blocks for the king's dining room. Yes, that's where I've gotten the majority of my food, actually, in regards to the tip that I just saw in chat about
Curry Boglin just resubbed for 11 months.
Curry Boglin! Thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. It means a lot. It really does. Jerem, can I get a round of beers? Curry Goblin. For Curry Boglin. It's a whole year. Almost a whole year. Damn close. It's about as close as you can get to a whole year without actually being a whole year. Next month it will be a whole year. So thank you very much. Nothing wrong with Oblivion NPC behavior. Oh! I was like, why are they not constructing this final area? I figured that out. I done diddly figured it out, Edie. They just couldn't literally couldn't get there. slowly making the king less upset with his living spaces. Should also just make green glass windows. Green. Green? Green. Grebe. Glass. Window. Let's make 50 of them. I mean, part of what makes dwarves very entertaining, Salvadaddy, is that they are like 45% lemming. Lemmings are amusing. The best part about lemmings is they die unexpectedly. Dwarves are amusing. And they die unexpectedly. How does one get a dwarf out of a tree? Chop the tree down or wait until fall. And tell them to stand on a leaf if you're doing the wait until fall option. I'm just realizing how many puppies are in this fort. Chaining other farmers up. Well, I'm sure this is great. Oh. Sean is stumbling around obliviously. Well, that's a shame. Sean may enjoy bacon, but Sean's life expectancy just got a lot smaller. So if they're surrounded... Yeah, of course. They get like... They get numb to high quality items as time goes on. Yeah, I know that. It's like certainly initially it's not a bad... Well, it's not a bad thing to just give them a ton of high quality items, but they will slowly appreciate them less. Which is also part of the reasons you probably shouldn't care so much gold wet. This guy's had a rough month. He's just like almost naked, standing in the tavern. Okay, so you finally caught Alath. Yeah, you could also build stairs into trees to get dwarves out of tree predicaments. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think I have any statues currently. Nope. I do have some more weapon racks I can put down here. And I also have some more of these that I can put down here. But yeah, that's why you get dwarves that are like indifferent even though they just put on a super high quality item. It's because they're like, I mean, I've seen so many high quality items. What's another high quality item? Sort of like if they just drink this, like they need booze, right? But if they just drink the same booze all day, every day, they eventually get upset. Because they're just drinking the same old booze, air quote. Which honestly, I love. Dwarves don't really care about masterworks. They just care about if their masterworks are destroyed. However, greedy dwarves want to acquire higher value items, but they get diminishing returns of happiness based on the number of high quality items they have acquired. So eventually, they will have no, like, you'll get thoughts like they were ambivalent after putting on a splendid item and stuff like that. They get snobby. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, actually. Okay, so this is just going to be a dining hall. This is going to be assigned to the king. King isn't happy with anything. In fact, they need 10 chests and 5 cabinets still. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Well, there's your 10 chests. I don't think I have any cabinets. 1, 2, oh, yep, just one. Let's say green, glass, cab, green, glass, box, which is a chest. Let's do 50 and 50. They get addicted to valuables? Not really, but they do get diminishing returns of the acquisition of valuables. It's like, if you've never had a masterwork quality item in a fortress before, you'll literally make a dwarf's life. Like, it won't just make their day, it'll make their life. They will be ecstatic about the fact that they just acquired the highest possible quality item. But, on the flip side, if all you've ever had is the highest quality items, then they will be much less appreciative of acquiring them. So they don't really get addicted, per se. Or at least that's not a word I would use, I guess. Because, like, they have to acquire clothes, right? Okay, well, King wants serrated discs, so I'm just going to say green, glass, disc. I'll just say make 10, and I will say repeat monthly. We'll just do that. I should be able to consistently have those available. Also, I'm curious. How many dwarves are in the library? Okay, well, scholar, library. That dwarf wanted to discover something, so make a discovery. So, damn it, you get to go hang out in the library now. King's quarters are almost done. Still not happy with any of them. 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, finally happy with your bedroom now, so that's good. I'm sure the windows are all helping. Let's go down here and go doop, 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 doop. Doop, doop. Let's also move these ever so slightly. They're just in a bad spot right there. This is making you want to create a new fortress? Why? Because it's like such an interesting color scheme. It is a very unique palette, I'll say that, in comparison to most forts I make. Okay, let's do that. Now we're getting rid of all of that. It's a sexy palette. Everything, it just looks like mint chocolate ice cream to me. Like cheap mint chocolate ice cream. This makes you annoyed that you always try to make everything the highest quality possible? Just remember, the more you try to min-max Dwarf Fortress, the more you're going to annoy yourself with Dwarf Fortress. Because the more you try to min-max Dwarf Fortress, the more you will realize that dwarves don't give a shit about your micromanagement. Just, you know, pro tip. And also I'm gonna geld a bunch of these dogs. Slow down the rate of puppies. We're also gonna do the same thing with these puppies. And I'm also gonna slaughter a lot of the lady puppies. Usually doesn't end very well. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can remind people this all they want, and they'll try anyways. And you know what? I respect the hustle that people have, like the insistence on micromanaging in Dwarf Fortress. I respect it. I do. But, you know, doesn't change the fact that people will never listen to me, that it's like, you'll probably have a more enjoyable experience with this video game if you don't try to play it like a management game. How's the fort going? Pretty good. It's very mint. It's a very minty fresh fortress. Someone in the Kit Fox Discord made rooms that flood to push dwarves out of the rooms. I mean, I guess that's a thing you could do. I wouldn't, but I mean, that is a thing you could do. I feel like I would just get really annoyed with cleaning up mud at that point. Unless you're talking about like pushing visitors out, that makes a little bit more sense, but I wouldn't do that either though. This was a game that helped you mature socially and make some friends. Well, that's good. Here's the thing. A lot of people like assume nerd equal immature. Nerd is just somebody who enjoys very obtuse hobbies. Nothing wrong with being a nerd. Gonna interview him again. How'd that last interview go? He misjudged the interrogator, misjudged the subject character. Well, we do know that that person committed the crime. I know for a fact they did. It's, I guess, just a matter of getting them to admit it now. All right, how are we doing? King's not totally happy-ish. Well, let's do these. See if that helps. Also not super happy. A forgotten beast named Kona Melli Lithamimi has come. A huge three-eyed Gila monster has a short horn and a gaunt appearance. Beware, its poison bites. I wonder if that ball of grime and filth is still on the map. The deadly dust ball of grime and filth. Oh. Being a micromanager, do you ever get a way to make sure they fill their need to craft? Make a Crafts Dwarf's guild hall and make it public. Done. Spend all their free time socializing? Well, because the way the job system works is the dwarf with the highest skill in that task goes and does the task. I really need to make clothing, apparently. All right, well, let's find somebody with a full set. Shirts, socks, shoes, trousers, cloaks. What cloth do I have the most of? Well, yarn and silk. Okay, so yarn, shirt, silk robe, silk sock, yarn shoe, and yarn trousers. But the thing is, the way the job system works is dwarves go, and I'm going to make 150 of each of these. Dwarves go and do the job that they are best at when there is a job available. So what will inevitably happen, assuming you're using default job layouts, which vast majority of people do, myself included, is they go out and you'll end up with like maybe a dozen dwarves in each task that end up doing all of the tasks and nobody else does the tasks, because if there is actually enough jobs for every single dwarf in the fort to, okay, you actually have the ability to grasp loss, so you might not be able to pick up clothing, but if you literally have enough tasks that every single dwarf is employed all of the time, your fort's gonna fall over because you do not need that many items. So if you make a craftsdwarf's guild or any kind of craft-based guild, like a metalsmith's guild or something, it doesn't fill the need to craft an object. But what it does do is it fills the need to learn. And they can also sit in a tavern. You're never going to fill every single need for every single dwarf. It's literally not possible. So don't worry about it. Try and fill as many needs as you can, right? So if I actually go to like, I think it's their personality and needs, it's like, this dwarf is somewhat focused with satisfied needs, right? This dwarf is unfettered after spending time with people. They're level-headed after staying occupied. And they're level-headed after drinking. They're unfettered after being extravagant. They're not distracted after a lack of decent meals. It's like they're not getting all of their needs filled, but that's okay, right? They're practicing a skill, which isn't crafting an object, but is satisfied by being in this glassmaker's guild, right? So you don't need to 100% satisfy every single dwarf's need all of the time. If you try to, it won't be possible and you will go insane. What you can do is you can fill the majority of the needs most of the time. And that is the best that you can ask for. So my advice is this. Don't worry about it. Genuinely, that is my advice. Just don't worry about it too much. If you do worry about it, you'll just kind of go nuts at a point, and you will have a much lesser experience with the game. That's my advice. Is just don't worry about it too much. In fact, I really, really wish it didn't show unmet. Like if I designed the UI, I wouldn't show unmet needs in that screen. I would show met needs. Because the amount of met needs that a dwarf has at any point generally is going to vastly outweigh the number of unmet needs. This is only showing the needs that you haven't met, right? However, it's not showing all of the needs that you have met. Well, I mean, if you have a dwarf that you are obsessing over, that you really want to take care of, that you really want to make sure that their needs are met, literally go to a crafting shop for a skill that they have, go to workers, click this button and select them. Force them to do a job. And that'll meet their needs. That's what you can do. Like if you have a dwarf that's like super stressed and like that is the breaking point, force them to do that. I think you just got married, right, Ern? Yes, you did. You did, in fact, just get married. You're a very social dwarf. You're an adequate speaker. I can somewhat self-sustain, but you don't really know what you should be pursuing, and you find you get decision fatigue trying to figure out what you should be focusing on. Theme forts. There is a page on the wiki that I like to recommend to people, which is the playstyle challenge, but I think that page is not the greatest, but essentially, like, every fort set out with, like, an idea of, I'm going to try and learn a mechanic. I think the biggest mistake that people make is they try and do everything. I never do everything in every fort. Ever. Right? So set out, and when you start a new fort, be like, okay, my goal for this fort is to try and get to this level of value. My goal for this fort is to have full sets of adamantine armor. My goal for this fort is to, you know, completely satisfy all needs for crafting. Maybe your goal for this fort is to build a big library. Maybe you want to go to war and take over an enemy faction. Think about forts less like a all one base do everything, and think about forts more like a tile in a game of Civ or a piece on a chessboard. It is you will get more out of a fort if your goal is to make a themed location with a particular task. Have fun dying of boredom, Brosifer. But, I mean, that would be really cool if you did that. That is much more doable now than it has been in any previous version of the game. But as somebody who set out to make a fortress run for 1,000 years, made it halfway there, and it took me 3.5 years, good luck. Still making windows? No. Libraries are also kind of fun because it usually results in, one, paper industry, which is very time-consuming and complicated, and two, also usually results in forcing you to go to war with things because, turns out, hard to get books. So you gotta get books somehow. And usually that equals beating the ever-living shit out of stuff. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna not cheat, but I am going to. I want to satisfy this need real bad. Because I don't want 100-something of my dwarves to all get pissed off all at once. I'm going to add this little artifact hole into this room. Well, that immediately satisfied that need. Perfect. Biggest thing is 100% is you will 100% miss out on updates to the game, or at least you used to when saves broke often on update. What? Thanatos? Dwarf Fortress had 100% save compatibility from 2014 until 2022. What are you talking about? Like, Dwarf Fortress is one of the most save compatible games I've ever played. Like, can you show me the rooms for the nobles? Curious how I lay them out. This is one of my barons, and this is my king. I'm gonna make 2 more baron spaces there. Probably tomorrow. I mean, were you using Masterwork? Because if you were playing vanilla, like, I literally cannot remember a single time in my entire time playing Dwarf Fortress, with the exception of premium releasing, where saves weren't compatible. And then these are the tombs. And then this is the king's dining room. But, like, yeah, either you were using some wild mod pack, which would even be weird in and of itself. A long save that was broken. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the game was save compatible. Like, I had a world that went from version 34 to 40. That worked. And there's mods from version 34 that worked in version 40, all the way up to version 47.05, although World Gen started crashing. Regardless, basically what you're saying is inaccurate information for the majority of people's experiences, because Dwarf Fortress did have save compatibility from 2014 up until 2022. Even, like, to a fault in a lot of cases. I know that certain tile sets would cause crashes between versions if the tile set was updated but the game wasn't, and vice versa. But, like, yeah, I don't know. That's very strange to me. Very, very strange. Trying to just satisfy the king here. There we go. An unidentified creature. Oh. Okay, so it seems that this dwarf, it's not their real name. Their real name is Craftsdawn. They confessed to murder, and apparently an unidentified they've been corrupted, but they said no. They were overcome by greed despite devaluing the law. The subject revealed that in the late summer of 313, the subject plotted to steal twinkle drinkers, the considerate whales. But, like, that's not my fort, so that's fine. We've got a confession. You wanted twinkle dinkers? I mean, somebody wanted it, and they wanted you to get it for them. You're living an unexciting life. Although you are satisfied after gelding a creature, by the way. You want excitement. I mean... I love this thought in their history. Horrified after seeing Aerith die. That's the dwarf that was murdered, found completely drained of blood with no witnesses. I don't see how I mean, clearly this dwarf hasn't tried gelding a cat yet. Only puppies. I saw a dwarf lose an eye once trying to geld a cat. Genuinely one of the funniest things I've ever seen in this video game. Because it's so believable. If dwarves always get attacked by the animals, it's mostly cats. It's mostly cats that fight back. He's still horrifying, reliving after saying, oh my god, you goddamn pansy. I actually haven't seen that many scars on the profile picture. Supposedly they can get pretty messed up, but I find that they tend to just die if they get a scar on their face. So, Forgotten Beastie is dead. This guy is still running around. He's killing a lot of rodent men. Well, you have fun with that. It probably can get into the fort, so that's going to get exciting at some point. Okay, let's see how the king is doing. Slightly happier. All right. So there's a very famous story about a tiger in this region. So these are obviously a bunch of images of the tiger. There's an image of a minotaur. Flags, and probably us settling if I had to bet. Her nose will disappear if it falls off, really? Happened to an adventurer of mine. I thought it was a bug until you read the description. Oh, that's funny. That is amusing. Like, this dwarf, the only need that they really need met is they need to craft an object. So, like, this dwarf is doing great. And it seems like Errol the Glassmaker is giving birth to a girl. And a puppy's been slaughtered. How shad. And the king is storing... Oh, never mind. That's not the king. That is my chief medical dwarf who's putting away his sock who he left in the king's throne bedroom. Royal bedroom. Yeah, that word. It's kind of funny, actually. All right, well, we'll do the Outpost Liaison Zoning another day. I think we're actually going to end up playing some adventure mode tomorrow, by the way. Especially if that patch does come out tomorrow. So that'll be fun. Not entirely sure if it'll be this world or a different one, but... I'm not willing to do that level of organization. And that requires two things, Ryder. A lot of work from the community and a lot of organization on my part. I don't genuinely believe that people in the community have that level of organization and desire to do that themselves. I certainly do not have the organization or desire to do that myself. And the people who are already making succession forts in the community are already doing that, and I will just let them continue. So, no. If you would like to go play a succession fort with some people in the Discord, you can do that. But I'm not going to super closely cover that. Because things that require dedication and time from other members of chat, it's a lot more work than you think it is. Well, if you have an open spot, then invite your friend here. Seems like a good workaround. Someone running on Valve time. That's a funny way to put it. Walker Loco, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube's members. Appreciate you. Kind of curious about this statue. Justice. Convicts. 255 days in prison. Hasn't been taken to prison yet. Well, eventually, Captain of the Gird are gonna get here. Okay, well, they're taking a nap. There you go. You're gonna go chain somebody up. Outrage after the scarcity of chains. Well, we're working on it here, dude. Basically, if it's a community-driven thing, whoa. Oh. It's like, whoa! Violence! Okay, so remember how I said that the Forgotten Beast could get in very easily? Well, it appears that Bonesaw is still good. Did our Captain of the Guard just get turned to pieces? No. Okay. Let's wait a few turns. See where the military is at. The dwarves are all just punching the thing. This is the thing that's gotten a bunch of kills. Has killed Kodal and Nil, two of my dwarves. It is winded and bleeding, which is a good sign. They're punching it pretty effectively. Although Olin just flew to a number of very small individual pieces. As far as the military goes, there is a dog right there. So here's hoping the dog comes in and helps. Bunch of dwarves are found dead. Muthkat, Rakust, and Kodal, Nil, and Olden. There's more bodies. Ustuth just flew around. We've got a dog who does have 5 children and killed a giant wren once, who is dueling with the creature. In fact, has bit it in the right front paw and tore the muscle, which is very impressive. We have more dogs joining in with the fighting. The military is God knows where. Kivish the Tanner, who I think is in the military, yes, is in the Watchful Oblivions, which isn't actually a squad that I have. Did you move here from somewhere? Okay, so they're a former soldier for the monadic group, the Sacks of Sweeping, and they're a former member of my squads, but like isn't in one of my squads. So this is a military dwarf who's married to a dwarf who's dead, who has metal gear, but like, and quite a lot of military skill, but isn't in one of my squads. That is interesting. Anyway, the dwarves are dogpiling it. So are the dogs. Moses the wrestler was found dead. Bits and pieces are just flying everywhere. The creature is winded, bleeding very heavily, fully enraged. The dwarves are just punching the ever-living crap out of it. And honestly, this could be going a lot worse. I don't think the king is dead. No, so that's a good thing. We haven't lost any of our nobles, so that's a good thing. The outpost liaison, I think, isn't dead, so that's a good thing. And there is a forgotten beast in the living room. And the soldiers are now arriving, so they can start whacking it with their shields. And now the sad music is playing, and the creature is dead. Volbach, the outpost liaison, is about to die, but isn't dead yet, so that's a positive. And as far as the kill goes, let's see if I can jump to the creature itself and figure it out. The Mace Lord kicks the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg with her foot, bruising the fat. Okay, so which one of you is a Mace Lord? Well, it probably wasn't you because you're on the other side of the map. What's funny is this isn't a Mace Dwarf. This is, I'm pretty sure, a Marks Dwarf. Yes, this is a, no, wait, never mind. This is a dwarf that equips 2 shields. How are you considered a Mace Dwarf when you've never wielded a mace? Anyway, apparently shields are considered maces. Today I learned. The dwarf actually punched it in the upper body with her left hand, and the attack glanced away, and then kicked it in the rear leg, bruising the fat, and was credited with the kill. Congratulations, dwarves. We have successfully defeated the monster, but at what cost? It was horrible and horrifying. But we did it. Let's see if we can butcher it. Actually, I'm not entirely sure it's made out of a butcherable material, but we're gonna try it. You know what's funny is how I literally stated, yo, you know, we might just be about to be, whoop, there's a ghost. We might just be about to be attacked by a forgotten beast. Anyway, and then it shows up. I kinda hoped that it would, you know, what are you? Stick around for 10 seconds. Close off. Oh, nothing. It's just, I'm not going to do anything that requires large amounts of audience interaction because I know for fact that people will never be as interactive as I need them to be to make a show sustainable in a YouTube format. It's just never gonna happen. That's all I was saying. Yay, we're butchering it. Many meats is now on the menu, boys. And Dwarf's getting put away. There's Muthcat's head. That's a little grim. All right, chat. Well, this fortress has had some very entertaining disasters. We are a capital now. There are many ghosts in the fort, which are, you know, a typical fortress affair. We are memorializing many dwarves. We've buried many dwarves. We built a tavern. We now have this. This is our tavern. We built a prison. And about to be addition to the prison, although it does need more chains in it. We have this beautiful tavern, like I said earlier. We have this big old food stockpile. We have lots of dead dwarves, which is very unfortunate, but it's fine. We'll get by. And we have enough bedrooms for everybody. I really like the way these bedrooms have ended up looking. I think they look awesome. I mean, we have some very good cooks in the fort, so probably. We have a very functional hospital with beautiful clear glass floors. Captain of the guard got beaten up pretty bad, actually. Oh, wow, that was a ghostly dwarven kid. Well, that's slightly dark. And, of course, we've mostly satisfied our king. We do have many other nobles that we need to do. But, chat room, since Stodier the Glassmaker has been taken by a Fey Mood, I think now is a good time for us to remind you as well that we also made a library, which needs some more beautification and prettying up and-ifying. But, honestly, it's not a bad early start. I think this is going to be a beautiful library one day. I mean, right now, it currently has no books in it. But we'll get there at some point. And this dwarf here who really wants to master, make a great discovery, is, well, standing and is content after pondering reproductive behavior. Chat room, it's time for us to call it for Dwarfs for today. I realize it's a little bit of a short Dwarf stream today, but tomorrow is a Dwarf patch, so tomorrow going to be all day Dwarf stream. And I kind of want to go try a video game. We're going to go try something new. You know, I got to say, Shinobi, nobody in Twitch chat has any respect for biologists. So, we're not actually going away. The stream's going to keep going for quite a bit, but it would be cool if you stick around for a cool new video game. And for those of you who, you know, are hanging out here, you can say goodbye, YouTube, as a way of saying goodbye to the VOD. But don't panic, YouTube. I'm not shutting you guys off or anything. I mean, it's a career path, Boom Boom. Also, of course you would be on the side of pondering reproductive behavior with a new name like Boom Boom. All right, what game? What game, you ask? Well, it's called Crypt Master. And this isn't a review key, and nor is this sponsored. I bought it. I don't know. My mom studied insects in university and spent literally years of her life counting